Good job. Ça vibre encore. À un moment donné, c'était mieux. Ah ben voilà. Non, mais là, c'est... Non, là, c'est pareil, tiens. Ah oui. Ouais. Ah là 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 là.
En fait, j'avais débranché la mixette du 2 quand ça a été plus.
3, 2, and go.
Welcome to the the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. We are here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra, and we are ready to go for what should be stop number 2 on the tour, but because of some safety conditions and problems on the mountain, we were not able to run stop number 1 in Chamonix-Mont Blanc. So here we are for the first stop of the season, and the riders are raring to go. I'm Dave Mailman. I'm joined by Martin Winkler, alias McFly. How's it going, buddy?
All good, all good. Hello from my side as well, out into the world.
I think we're both just as excited as the riders are to finally get some action on the way. So here in Vallnord-Arcalís, on the slope we're calling Smoothie's Garden. You want to give us some background on that, Martin?
Yeah, Smoothie's Garden. He was pretty proud when he heard about that we called it that way, and no wonder. It's because of a really great line that he chose 2 years ago when he blew everyone's mind, being pretty much one of the last riders going down, and he chose a new era terrain that he just kind of nailed a super gnarly line, and probably one of the best lines that we ever saw on the tour. That's why it's called Smoothie's Garden.
Yeah, I think he's the only one who actually has a face named after him. And we are just about ready to get things underway here. Our first rider in from Switzerland, he's a rookie, Jan Rossi from Orsières, that's the Valais, and his home mountain is Verbier, where we have the grand finale of the tour every year at the Extreme. And like I said, he's a rookie. He finished up first in the Europe-Oceania region of qualifiers, 4th on the global overall rankings. And a couple podium finishes last year. His best, second place, the Freeride World Qualifier 4-star.
He's already on course, and
go.
he's going
big!
Huge air right from the start. That's how you impress the judges.
Fantastic.
You can see the snow is blower pow, as they would say. But don't be mistaken of that cold smoke up in the air. It's getting pretty tricky at the bottom.
Well,
we had some rain over the last few days, so the lower part can be really tricky. Let's hope he gets all his run down, because this looks like an all-time opener for the young gun.
no doubt. Well, just like last year, the rookies putting on a fantastic show. This was the opening event of the season last year, and the rookies filled up just about half the spots on the 4 podiums in all 4 categories. And wow, what a way to start the year for the 23-year-old out of Verbier, Switzerland. Fantastic. And while he's not skiing on tour, he's studying for a master's in physics at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. Martin's just popped out for a second, and while I'm waiting for him to come back, we're going to move back up to the start gate for our second rider in, America's Connor Pelton. So Connor Pelton, he says life is a garden, and we're playing in Smoothie's Garden today. He's loving it. Life is a garden, dig it. That's what Connor says. 28 years old, in his 4th year on tour. Yep, qualified in 2013, so he's been with us from 2014 on. Finished up last year in 20th position. And he is ready for his first run of 2017 here on the Swatch Freeride World Tour.
It was a tough season for him last year, coming back from an injury. 2 years ago, at the premiere, going to Alaska, to Haines, to the Dream Stop. Unfortunately, he finished his run with a severe knee injury that put him down into the couch and to the sidelines. But he came back. It took a little while to get him back to his old form, but as he told me, he's back and hungry for more.
No doubt. And Connor Pelton, great story behind. He's actually started skiing at Crystal Mountain in Thompsonville, Michigan. And for those of you who don't know the geography of the United States of America, Michigan is a very flat state. After that, he moved off to Alpine Meadows in Squaw Valley, California, currently residing in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and will be putting his experience back to work here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra in just a few moments. So finishing up 14th position here last year. Obviously, we'll be looking to do something a bit better.
He's going further to the looker's right, skier's left side of the venue. The helicopter is following him. That's how we can spot him at the moment. Let's see what he has for us. He is just above huge exposure. That's the great thing about this place. It offers a ton of options. Coming in from the all the way skier's left over that wind lip. You see it's a little lower elevation, so we have quite a lot of trees in that venue. Very playful terrain that he makes usage of at the moment.
Looks to be having a good time. He's found a couple little features to drop off of up top, and this
coming
looks to
in
be
hot
good.
with a 360, sticking it.
Yeah, maybe a tiny bit on the back seat,
yeah.
but that was a big 360
with a flat
for Connor
landing.
Pelton.
And hailing down to the finish.
No doubt.
Loving it.
And we have a truly stacked field in the men's ski category. And Connor Pelton, there we go, hands up in the air. He is stoked with that run. So 2 runs in and already plenty of excitement here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra. Next up is another rookie, Mark Mikos, out of Crested Butte, Colorado. He's been living in Crested Butte since 2008, and actually, nice story, born in York, Pennsylvania, the state right next to Michigan, also very flat, and he and Connor actually grew up skiing together on and off, so they've known each other for ages, literally almost their entire lives on snow. And he started skiing at Ski Round Top, Pennsylvania.
Here we have the scores coming in for Connor, and it ends up in the 65, of course ranked 2, as he is the second rider down the mountain. And here we have him, Mark Mikos in the start gate. His first ever appearance on the Freeride World Tour, the rookie coming from the America side of the qualifying series.
That's right, took first place in the American rankings and first place in the global rankings, so he was the hottest kid on the block in 2016 on the Freeride World Qualifiers.
Here we have that top part is super flat, and then it rolls into that very steep section. Here we just don't see him right now, hidden from that ridge. Cruising down that very tight couloir. You can see the snow conditions very variable. We had a few small slides or ski-cutted slides in the morning at inspection. So you see some powder turns and then pretty firm snow underneath their skis.
Nice little drop there for Mark as well. Looks to be having fun. Plenty of features on this face. It really is a free rider's playground.
We will see a lot of variations. Some will take the same lines, of course, but definitely they will try to spice it up and separate themselves with tricks, airs, or different combinations.
All right, so there you go, the 29-year-old rookie out of Crested Butte, Colorado, Mark Mikos. He looks pretty excited. Got a big smile on his face.
Now part of the big boys. The Freeride World Tour is the goal for all qualifying or all competing freeriders, of course, and we have a ton of them trying to get on those few spots that the Freeride World Tour offers.
There's the judging criteria. Green across pretty much through all categories.
This gives you a little indication what the judges are looking for. Doesn't have to reflect the overall score in the end. We will see. We saw just to have still a huge margin with those 68 points that he received to ranked number 1, the Verbier local, Jan Rositz. I have to get used to naming those rookies.
Logan Pehota, this kid was a rookie last year and finished up 2nd in the world rankings. He had a chance to win the title at the final stop on tour, the Extreme Verbier, the Verbier Extreme in Switzerland. Unfortunately, the men's ski category had to be canceled due to poor visibility, so he is itching to get things underway here on the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017, and starting off with a bang. Nice 360 there.
I'm pretty sure he wants to get a little more air underneath his feet, but it's pretty tough to get that pop going as a number 1 or one of the first riders catching those wind lips. But I'm pretty sure he has a really creative line chosen for his opening campaign on that tour. Stay there, you see, holding on to the tails of his skis.
A tiny bit backseat on that landing. Now, as we mentioned earlier, we were not able to run the first competition in Chamonix-Mont-Blanc in France last week, and there's a possibility of trying to rerun it here in Andorra, but we're not sure that we're going to be able to do that. So very, very important. Usually we have, as we check that 360, the 2 best results out of the first 3 competitions count and qualify the riders for the cutoff to Haynes, and then after that the cutoff to the Verbier Extreme. Judge is fairly impressed with that run of Logan. He's got a smile on his face, but Logan actually told me beforehand he was going to play it a little bit safe to make sure that he gets some decent results on the board, because they don't know if they're going to have a throwaway result or not from these first 3 events.
Here we go, his 2nd year on tour and already having a strategy. That's what professional skiers are about nowadays.
21 years young, Logan. Wild card last year, did not have to come through the World Qualifying Series.
But of course, pretty smart. You never know what the seasons will bring, and as we saw, it's pretty tough with the snow conditions we have at the moment here in the Alps, all over the Alps. Fortunately, Andorra got the goods pretty well, and we have a solid base here with still some options to go. And as you mentioned, Chamonix had to be cancelled, but the big task and goal of the whole organization is to rerun the Chamonix event here with a 2nd event coming in the weather window we still have.
Fingers crossed that happens. 62 points for Logan Pehota, so into 4th position. So still Jan Rossi in the French.
Next rider up,
in
the Austrian,
yes.
Fabio Studer.
That's right.
One of his best pals just had his run down, Logan Pehota.
So Fabio, 30 years young, competing since 2007, finished up 3rd in the world last year. So definitely one of the favorites here on the Swatch Freeride World Tour for 2017. And he's what's he doing there, Mark?
Still up on that ridge. Probably, maybe he waited for the helicopter to catch up. I don't know, but he's still up there, and now he's starting his run into the steeps. You see, no more powder left. Those were those little slabs that were released by the guides this morning. What he's up to.
Finished up 6th here in Andorra last year. Oh, big 360, and
unfortunately,
front flip on the landing.
Yeah, he probably poked through that hard layer, and just no way of stopping that. Unfortunately, even he lost his ski, as I can see.
So that will be a
no score.
Did not finish.
Ah, yeah, did not finish.
Yeah, did not finish.
And here we see what happened. He landed straight on a rock. That's not landable. I really hope that he didn't get injured at all, or
the rock, or did he go straight down to grass? Because
rock, grass, it's
yeah,
hard to
either
tell
way,
from this
either way, he
image.
punched all the way through the
Yeah,
the snow layer. So that's an unfortunate way to finish his first run of the
he
season.
cleared that rock there, but you can see the ski came straight off.
Yeah.
No chance of landing that.
So that probably was a rock, because if he'd landed on grass, he probably would have slid out of it. Either way, the result is the same, rock or grass. Lost a ski, a DNF, as we say, and last place.
Here we have it. It's actually the same feature that Felix Wiemers did 2 years ago. He executed it with a backflip, and back then, that's the tricky thing. We had not as much snow, overall snowfall, until the event back then, and it was actually rideable, and I know that Felix rode out of it perfectly, but that's what the wind does throughout the season. It can change faces and different aspects of the face, like from one season to the other, dramatically.
Yes, indeed. Well, that shows the difficulty of the conditions here, because the snow's really good, but obviously in certain spots there's not a whole lot of it. And also, from a strategy standpoint, that's the difference between, do you go for something that's kind of conservative and make sure that you make it to the bottom and get a result, or do you go all out knowing that there, on some of the landings of some of these big cliffs, there might not be a whole lot of snow.
You're right, like choosing your line obviously is crucial for scoring well, but not also that, but also to actually stay on your feet, to land in those pockets where you have enough snow coverage. That is the tricky part of a pro skier on the Freeride World Tour, and not only there, also for filming and freeriding in general. That is key.
Okay, well, the graphics say Jeremy Heights will be our next rider in, so
there's plenty to say about this
yes,
young
indeed.
talent from Switzerland.
27-year-old out of Les Maricottes, been skiing since forever. Finished up second place here in Vallnord-Arcalís last year, 9th in the overall world rankings.
And we watch his line now. You will not be surprised that he has a pretty strong racing background. He switched over when he was 16, going straight down where we've seen having a lot of turns in from the rookie Maikos before, but he just goes straight.
And we like to say he is the fastest man on skis, at least in the competitive freeride scene. Has just finished an incredible video project as well called La Liste. Check it out. Wow!
Playful combinations at the bottom. He knows what the judges like.
It's pretty good because it's not too steep, so he can't just go really fast from the top to the bottom. He has to find some jumps.
Yes.
Little wheelie there just to show you how fast he actually is going. Classic run from Jeremy Heights. And really amazing, probably the best skier on tour never to have won a competition. He has like 5 second place finishes. Just going to kind of run through and count them. He got second here last year. Second in Haynes in 2015. Second at Snowbird in 2014. Second at Courmayeur in 2013, and second in Revelstoke in 2013. Oh, come on, Jeremy.
I must say, I would not say this will be a winning run. He was a little more conservative, and this is in terms of a Jeremy Heights,
yes,
of course.
Of course.
And it is reflected by the score. We have 74
points in second position. Still not bad, but once again, the eternal second.
Yes.
Well, let's hope for Jeremy.
I don't think it's going to stay like this because we have a ton of talent in the starting gate waiting to go down. And here we have another rookie on the tour.
The wild card for the season, that's right. This is Taisuke Kusunoki out of Japan. Just won the first ever Freeride World Qualifier 4-star event, the Freeride Hakuba.
It was the first time ever that the Freeride World Tour went to Asian soil to compete.
Or Asian snow, as the case may be.
Yeah, you're right.
And so Taisuke, who is a bit of a local legend in Hakuba, really impressed all of the riders and the organization of the Swatch Freeride World Tour, so they decided to hand him a wild card for the season.
And here comes the big question. He grew up, is from Japan, and all freeriders have a pilgrimage each January to ride some power there, because there is only powder in Japan, or maybe corn snow in the spring. But is he capable of riding some really steep, gnarly terrain in these conditions where we don't have that much fresh snow on top?
We're about to find out. Not a very lengthy competitive career. He has done a bit of filming in the past on the Stone Cold project and with Powder Magazine's Winter project as well. So he has ridden in Europe in the past.
Really playful top section.
Fantastic
Nothing
style.
big yet, but he finds the good snow. That's where he wants to ride. Some freshies. Now it's all about how to connect this playful terrain at the bottom. Not easy to orientate though. You have so many bushes and trees. You really have to find your landmarks. To not land on rocks, which he just did, but he managed to get out of it well. Luckily, there's also a lot of grass coverage here. The vegetation. Vegetation, you
That's
say
right.
that?
Oh, yes.
Is actually quite preferable that you not only land on rocks if it's dark and not white. It can be grass too, and that's not as tough to continue.
No, definitely not. So, Taisuke Kusunoki out of Osaka, Japan, his first ever run in the big leagues here on the Freeride World Tour. Making history, the first ever Japanese rider to participate in the Swatch Freeride World Tour at any of our tour stops. So he's going to be happy about that. Judges appreciated the run. Probably not going to be a podium finish in his first ever appearance on the Freeride World Tour for Taisuke, but impressive nonetheless. Impressive skiing. Nice to watch.
I'm pretty happy to see a lot of rookies skiing smart, that they don't need to kind of conquer the world within one day. They really played smart, get to know how it's done, get to kind of share their experience with the veterans on tour, which is really nice to see. Still nowadays, when pressure is getting bigger and bigger each year, the riders amongst, they share, they really mentor each other.
Very true. 66 points and fourth place currently for Japan's Taisuke Kusunoki. Next in, Benny Meyer out of Germany. Benny has been with us for quite a few years.
Actually, he has had his first season last year, but you know his name from probably a lot of movies he's been appearing.
It seems like he's been with us forever.
Yes. He is quite a name in the freestyle scene over the last 10, 15 years even. And now since 2 years, he has been filming previously to that, but now since 2 years he went into the competitive side of freeriding and did really well.
Yep.
Had a little bit of a bumpy start last season.
That's
but then got better and better and finished up maybe 14th.
Finished 14th, exactly.
Yeah.
Did not finish here in Andorra last year.
He lost a ski.
He did.
Very unfortunate with those snow conditions we had. That was not a surprise.
Hopefully he has tightened his binding this year. He's going to...
I think he just missed that, although it might have been a good choice because his friend Fabio Studer, who actually took off at that rock, he landed on another rock and making his ski come off. So although it's not good for his score, but at least he will get a score when he comes down.
Yes, indeed. He keeps riding like this. Well done. And interesting, of course, free riding is not in the Olympic Games, but Benny Meyer is an Olympic athlete participating in the slopestyle competition in Sochi in 2014.
Right, he's an Olympian.
That's right. We have a few Olympians in snowboarding. Of course, snowboarding's been in the Olympics since 1998.
First run of the season for Benny Meyer. I'm very sure he will be not super satisfied with that one. Missing one of his main features. He's a a really all-rounded talent that can pull off quite some amazing tricks off the cliffs, and that I'm pretty sure he was aiming for that. Here we have it. He probably chose the wrong edge to land on, because then he just missed that feature that he wanted to take off, and of course with that amount of speed he had left, there was no way of pulling anything off. Here we have a few more features that he went on. Unfortunately, with quite a back slap there.
We didn't see that
so
at first. That didn't help. 51.66 points.
That's why it's just half of the possible score that you can have of 100 points. Next up in the starting gate, being nervous for his first run at the Freeride World Tour,
American rookie
Dunn.
Griffin Dunn out of Jackson, Wyoming. Born in Cambridge, Vermont, so grew up skiing on the East Coast in very hard, icy conditions, so he's going to be loving this. This is a all-time day on the East Coast of the U.S.
So you think, you're right, maybe. You see, here we have a big slab, pretty hard conditions here, but now he finds the good powdery slopes again. Unfortunately, we didn't see any major feature in that top section yet. Maybe he's going for some creative middle part here, which he does.
Yep.
You see no tracks there yet, means he is the first. And if he stays the only one there, that means super creative, unique line, which is also scoring pretty well.
And just enjoying his first run down the mountain here on the Swatch Freeride World Tour.
Seems to be cruising down.
Yeah, for sure. Nice style, having fun, kicking back. Finished up third on the American Freeride World Qualifier rankings and third on the global overall rankings last year. So he definitely has some talent. He wouldn't be here if he didn't. And just cruising, taking it easy for his first run down the mountain.
I'm pretty sure, and it is, as I said before, pretty smart just to get your thing going, get some confidence, not kind of putting your cards on the table too fast, all of them down. The only rookie that we've seen going full throttle out of the gates was Jan.
Yeah.
And that's also why he's still in rank #1. Griffin Dunn, as you said, cruising down, finding some really nice takeoffs, and as we said, those pockets are crucial to find to land in fresh, good snow. Which he did.
He found good powder from top to bottom there. Which is totally understandable. There we go, getting a little encouragement from
Micus.
Mark Micus. And 57.66 points and 7th position for Griffin Dunn, but down to the bottom in one piece. And I think he'll consider that
another American on the list, but this time it is the other extreme. It's a veteran that has been in this position for many, many times, and he's still going. And you will be surprised, he's still one of the most playful riders out there.
That's right. Drew Tabke, our Freeride World Tour champion men's skiing for 2013, out of Crystal Mountain, Washington, residing in Seattle.
Here we go, going for the big one. Woo! And smooth as.
They don't call him the Flying Hawaiian for nothing. He actually isn't Hawaiian, but he loves Hawaii. Wow, yeah, Tapke.
Combinations, that's what his second name is. He finds trainees and possibilities to link features like hardly no one else.
Yeah, he really...
That's like, with the back heel. Have you seen that combination? Loving it.
Well, he finished 12th here last year, and
hold on, that could be a winning run. Don't get mixed up.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's all right.
Because
all good.
We are probably seeing a winning run here.
All right. Well, he is mere meters from the finish line now. Come on, Drew.
Loving it.
Awesome.
Look at him claiming.
Yeah. He's got the wings out.
Yep. The Eagle. I called him once in Alaska, where he was jumping a cliff with his arms wide apart, as if he wanted to take off and never land anymore.
No doubt. Well, his nickname's the Flying Hawaiian, Avatar, and also Champ.
Have a look. He didn't take it as big as Jan. No. Same cliff, but very smart. He didn't land in that slab. He landed in fresh snow. And here, That's what I said about combinations.
Yeah.
That's the top part. A little bit of a
And judging criteria, green all across the board. Wow!
straight into another one, and here comes a really nice feature. Backflip, but he just came from a cliff that he dropped perfectly as well. So I'm calling it.
Yeah,
He's
for
ranked
sure.
#1.
Yep.
And by far
95 points. Well, that's the run to beat. Thanks, Drew.
Thanks. I'm so happy
I
for
love runs like
the
that.
veteran. He has claimed 2 world champions, or like he
Well, he won
claimed
the
2 tour
North American
titles.
Tour and the Freeride World Tour, American Tour in 2011, Freeride World Tour in 2013. 95 points is the score to beat, and Felix Wiemers out of Germany is on course.
I tell you, this is going to really tough to beat for anyone up there.
No doubt.
Although we have still some talents that have the capacity to do so. Here also a really well-rounded rider with Felix.
Ooh!
Same cliff as his 2 good mates, Fabio and also Bene, wanted to get over that cliff, didn't make the...
That
Oh,
backflip, the big transfer, stay on your
Ooh,
feet.
you,
Come on,
you,
Felix.
A little bit too much back-seated, so he couldn't make that turn and avoid that rock. Just managed.
Ooh.
Probably really tough to judge if it's still soft, or as the riders got to know from the forerunners, that further down the snow is getting firmer and more tricky to land on. So that's why probably the riders are really holding it back, not knowing should they land a little more centered or a little more backseat.
And especially when the landings are a bit flatter and hard. If there's a good transition, maybe a tiny bit easier. Felix Wiemers, there we go, last year's world number 7, 13th place finish here in Andorra in 2016. Hoping to better that result. Did well up top.
Here we have classic
That
for
was
Felix,
fantastic.
the gymnast. He does it in his dreams,
In
the
his
backflip.
sleep.
Yeah, I always say dreams.
It's okay.
It's in his sleep.
He
is
dreams
it?
about it while he's sleeping.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's all good.
It's just directly translated from German. Sorry about that, guys.
No problem.
Here we
McFly.
have his bubble. Lucky he kind of stayed on his feet. Had his bum helping out to get back control. I know he's not very happy with his run executed that way, but he knows it's a score. Both skis on him when he passed the finish line. We will see some more and more committed runs from Felix in the future, that's for sure.
Just waiting on those judges' scores. And here they come. 62.66 points and 7th position for Felix. So plenty of scores in the 60s, but 2 outstanding runs so far from Drew Tabke and Jan Rossi.
Here we have another
Sam Lee.
rookie in the start gate from New Zealand, trying to get into the footsteps of Sam Smoothie and Charlie Lyons.
There we go. Can he channel the spirit of Sam Smoothie in Smoothie's garden here today out of Wanaka, 25 years young?
And I can tell you, I've seen some lines that he chose on the Freeride World qualifiers that really impressed me. And if he's not holding back too much, you will see what I'm talking about. Very creative rider.
2 first-place finishes in Freeride World Qualifier competition. The 4-star North Face Frontier in 2017, and the Open Faces Axemer Luxum 3-star in 2016. So he knows a thing or two about winning events. Finished up 3rd on the Europe Oceania Freeride World Qualifier rankings in 2016, and starting well here in Andorra. Ooh!
Nearly misjudged, or he misjudged that direction of that takeoff, but
Some
he
big
handled
jumps.
it well.
Yes.
It's not what the judges want to see. There's still some points taken off because they know he was wrong.
That he could have spotted that landing a bit better.
But that's, I call it Kiwi land. That's where they feel comfortable. Like tight turns, not a lot of snow coverage there, but so solid and making it look so smooth. Wow, impressive.
Some big drops there. started his run, even though the landing was a bit sketch, with a fantastic exclamation point, and stamped his mark on Smoothie's Garden.
Yes, and
his first run ever on the Freeride World Tour.
Maybe I have to back my expression there with the Kiwi land. When I talked to Sam Smoothie after his line here 2 years ago, and I said, how could you come up with such a line, the idea of going there? And he said, like, but that's a terrain we ride at home all the time. There is just a little bit of snow coverage on gnarly bits, so that's what we do all the time, and that's what we see here. He felt confident, even he saw it going into a grassy landing. He stayed on his feet. It didn't put him out of
he
his
adjusted
focus
to the terrain, and yeah, some big drops, top to bottom. And
great work for his first run on the Freeride World Tour.
25 years old, but plenty of experience skiing since age 2.
That's a good claim.
No doubt. Racing since age 8 and freeriding since age 16. So he's been doing this for a while, even if it hasn't been competitively. So Sam Lee and his first run on the Swatch Freeride World Tour, 74.33 points and 3rd position. He's going to be happy with that.
Most definitely.
Even if he doesn't finish on the podium, that is a great way to start off a competitive freeride career. Stefan Hussel, your buddy.
Always someone who potentially lands on the podium with his super strong performances throughout the last 8 years we had him on tour, continuously qualifying, never went off tour. That says a lot with this strong field that we have.
No doubt. And the oldest rider on tour this year, taking over that title from another Austrian,
yes.
Florian Orley.
He actually told me, why does Dave always has to mention my age? Is it the only thing you can talk about?
No,
and
look
what he's doing!
Stefan!
But he did not manage to land that.
Nope.
I hope he's okay. That was a huge cliff that he approached there.
Well,
Like difference to the others, he went as a double. So of course he was going way, way further than we've seen the other competitors hitting that same cliff.
and just waiting to see if he gives us the sign, the wave of his hands or his poles to let us know that he's okay. If he doesn't give us that sign, of course, the guides will ski down to assess the situation. And if he has injured himself, to stabilize him. Just to be noted as well, there are guides and certified medical guides all through the face.
They're already on their way, approaching from the Lucas left.
Yeah, we can see there you go on the left-hand side of your screen. Here's our first guide in. And well, we can see now Stefan is moving. But since he did not give the signal that he's okay, of course the guides have moved in to assess the situation.
That's a very good sign that he's on his own feet.
Ooh.
But probably still shaken.
Definitely still
from
shaken.
That impact. Just stay where you are, Stefan. You're in good hands.
Yeah, no reason to move, no reason to try and get up when you don't have to. So there's our second guide, and once again, as we said, at least 4 guides in the face. And of course, guides have to have a medical background, but there is always at least one who is a trained doctor, so that they can assess the health of the skier on the mountain. Okay, so while we wait for the guides to assess the condition of Stefan Heusel, we're going to have a little look at a piece about Vallnord-Arcalís here in Andorra. What should be the second stop on tour this year, and is in fact the first. There you go. The Principality of Andorra, nestled in between, into the heart of the Pyrenees Mountains, in between France and Spain, between Toulouse and Barcelona, as we saw there. It is truly a little gem of a freerider's paradise. It's basically a mountain nation that is one long valley with fantastic ski slopes left and right, and has been hosting freeride events with the El Dorado Freeride, a world qualifier event, and for the last 3 years playing host to the Freeride World Tour. And as you can see there, we have had some fantastic performances on the faces in and around the mountains of Andorra, and we are here once again at Vallnord-Arcalís, just up the valley from the town of Ordino. And today we are skiing on the face we call Smoothie's Garden, which has already seen some historic runs. And once again, this is one of the 5 stops on the Swatch Freeride World Tour for 2017. The winter begins in Chamonix-Mont Blanc, unfortunately this year, due to security concerns on the faces in the valley. We weren't able to run. We are here holding the line in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra. If possible, we will try and rerun the event from Chamonix here. Then it's off to Fieberbrunn, Austria for crunch time and the first qualifying cutoff of the season, cutting our field of riders in half for the dream stop in Haines, Alaska, US of A, the Outback, and one of the true freeriding meccas of the world. And of course, after that, it's off to Verbier, Switzerland for the grand finale. And Verbier, Switzerland, of course, where this whole thing started with the Extreme Verbier.
Here we see
over 20 years ago.
Great image. We see Stefan Heusel, who just had a major crash in Smoothie's Garden, skiing down by himself. Of course, a little shaken. If you just witnessed the crash of Stefan, you know why. Goggles off, poles gone, but very good sign to have him ski down by himself. A big hello to his wife and kid back home, Gailey. She will be watching for sure, if she's not guiding some clients herself at the moment. Stefan makes his family proud every time he competes. This time he scared them a little bit, but it would not be Stefan if he would not get back on his feet straight away.
That's for sure. Okay, once again, we are on the face that has been named after New Zealand's Sam Smoothie. This is Smoothie's Garden. And here is a look at the face and an explanation from Martin Winkler.
Smoothie's Garden, the new name for this lovely terrain. It is accessible from the lift. You just have a short hike to that ridge. It's pretty much east-facing orientated. You can see even the road at the bottom here, so you see it's really close inbounds. And you have that top section, which is really steep. Then it rolls a little bit, and then you have all those features, peppery features with a lot of trees in there. Altitude difference, as you can see, we start from 2,450 to 1987. That's 463 meters in total, where the riders can choose all kinds of different. Actually, you can choose from a gnarly big mountain line to a very playful, freestyle orientated line within just a few meters, which makes it super diverse, also entertaining for us to watch. But at the same time, I can tell you that I have been a judge before, and they will have a hard time today to separate those big mountain lines to those more freestyle orientated lines.
And there we go. Stefan has made it back down to the finish line. Of course, the doctors on site will be taking a look, but very good sign that he was able to ski down under his own steam. And just a little reminder, you can follow the Freeride World Tour on Twitter. And I'm sure there's been a few tweets out there about the fact that it is our 10th year on tour.
It
Swatch
is.
Freeride World Tour, 10th anniversary this year. And it has not been an easy start to our 10th year on tour, but things are looking brighter and brighter as the day goes on here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra. Once again, some fantastic skiing.
Bluebird, great snow, great hospitality. It's always a pleasure coming back here to Andorra. Speaking to any rider that you want, he will tell you the same. Blown away by hospitality and just the vibe that goes around here.
That's right. Great skiing, great people. As we mentioned earlier, Andorra nestled in between France and Spain and the Catalonia region of Spain as well. So, and the locals speaking Catalan, which is one of the Latin languages, a kind of a mix of Spanish and French, with of course plenty of words. So they're really their own separate people, and they're a very warm and welcoming people. And it's always a pleasure to come and put on events here.
Michel
in
from
Andorra.
McFly, we have the helicopter sometimes on our headsets.
There is the start gate here at the top of Smoothie's.
Is it possible
Garden,
to get the
Vallnord-Arcalís.
headset?
And of course, as you saw, Stefan Heusel lost his poles. So we do have a few minutes while we wait for. Well, no, there we go. They've gotten his poles off the face, so we're ready to go now with France's Julien Lopez, the 35-year-old.
A very common name on the Freeride World Tour.
Yes, indeed. He's
When
been
did
with
he
us
start
forever.
his first season?
He first started, he's been on tour since 2009 and actually won the Free Skiing World Tour, International Free Skiing Association World Tour in 2009. That's the North American Tour, and has been competing in Freeride World Tour events since his first win came in Snowbird, Utah, US of A, on the Freeride World Tour in 2009. Also won the event at Sochi in Russia in 2010. Finished up his best overall result, third on the Freeride World Tour rankings in 2013 with 2 podium finishes, second at Kirkwood and third in Revelstoke. And Julien had threatened to retire last year, but then couldn't get enough of it and has come back for one last go-around. He finished up 13th last year.
Let's put that last into quotes.
Yeah, exactly. You never know with Julien. He already said that last year was going to be his final year on tour, so you never know.
But it's the same with his character when you go out with him for a drink, and he always says, "Come on, McFly, let's have a last beer." And then it's the last 5 beers or more. So that's probably just about reflecting his personality. He just cannot get enough from a good time, and that's why we love also him having here. Being around him is always having a good time.
Yes, indeed. And he decided to become a restaurant owner, Mamie Jeanne it's called, in the French Tarentaise region. Whoa, and there we go. Can always count on big things and exciting runs from Julien Lopez. The French flair, as we call it.
Also, I would even say in the footsteps of Mr. Backflip Seb Michaud, he is capable of pulling some huge backflips. Here, really back-seated, but it was a huge air though. Definitely he got some points taken off that feature. No opportunity for him this time for a backflip, giving a little bit of a push to one of the Andorran tourists, giving some high fives. Oops, getting caught in the barrier there. As you can see, we are super close to the ski area. That's also why we have quite a nice crowd attending here live at the event. And as always, he's pumped. Such a happy camper, whatever the conditions. He just loves and lives skiing.
Yeah, Julien. Bravo.
With a big heart for his newborn. He's a dad and has his family now. You wouldn't be thinking of it when you meet him in a bar, but he has grown up, runs his hotel and a restaurant. It is the textbook job for him, to be honest. You couldn't imagine him in any other job besides skier or hotel and restaurant owner.
There we go. Yes, hospitality. He is definitely a hospitable person. And we saw there lots of green, but a little bit of yellow on the, so lack of control. And there it is, Mamie Jeanne, or Mamie Jane is the name of his bar restaurant. And Julien Lopez, let me see, 67.66 points and 6th place currently. Finished up 7th here in Andorra last year. He'll be happy just to be down to the bottom of the mountain, safe and sound, with some big drops. Rainy Barkred out of Sweden.
Another legend of our sport,
yes,
in the start gate.
The mayor of Stomptown, 2012 Freeride World Tour champion. Just got married to one of our female competitors, Jackie Passo. So enjoying married life he is. And there we see Drew Tabke sitting in the hot seat.
And he's well seated. He has a warm seat already with a 95. I would even say some of the all-time scores that we've seen on tour yet. But someone who has something against that is Mr. Reini Barkeret.
Yes, if any man on tour today can step it up and knock Drew Tabke off the top spot, Reini Barkeret is the man to do it.
Going into the really steep part. Actually, one of the first riders we see going into Real Smoothies Garden. That's where he pulled off what's an amazing run 2 years ago. Flashing that part. Of course, now we have quite some more snow coverage on that segment, but still super gnarly to get into. Now more playful terrain. Sending it straight where others went sideways, and another feature there.
Super
One
solid.
of the smartest riders I know, also to find the perfect transitions. Of course, his legs and his technique made him he earned his reputation as a mayor of Stomptown because of his legs and technique. But also, he said one day to me, "It's all about finding the right transitions." And then the impact is not as hard anymore. So he makes it look like as if it's just a 2-meter cliff and he drops a 10-meter.
And a very smart competitor. He's basically been in the top 5 of the Freeride World Tour standings since his rookie year in 2009, except for last year when he finished 6th. So he's going to be charging hard and looking to move back into the top 5 and throwing down a very solid run for the first competition of the season on the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017.
So here we saw a pretty complete run. That top segment, of course, stood out with really difficult terrain and perfectly executed. That's why you see him in rank number 2, just in between Drew Tabke and the rookie Jan Rausis. Here we have Leo Slimet already left the start gate. One of the most complete riders that we know, capable of going into really technical areas and still pulling a 360 or a backflip out of nowhere. As we see him approaching that big segment.
Wow.
Quite an impact though. Don't know what the judges will think about that, but it was huge.
Yeah, huge cliff, flat landing, but he rode out of it solidly.
Here we have him, 360, as I said, super smooth, perfect landing. That's what the judges want to see. Mixing it up, difficult line with creativity. That is something that can challenge the top seat in the hot seat at the moment. Drew Tabke with his near perfect run previously.
Okay, Leo Slemet, 23 years old, out of Chamonix Mont Blanc, France. Was a bit disappointed he couldn't put on a show for the home crowd in Chamonix last week. But has thrown down a fantastic run here in Vallnord-Arcalís, where he finished 5th at this event last year and 5th on the overall tour rankings for 2016. So definitely one of the favorites to finish on the podium, not just at this event, but in the overall standings for 2017.
What an opening run for him. Here we have the middle section with a beautiful 360. You see all judging criteria all the way up in the greens. That's what the judges want to see. This combination of gnarly, big stomping, big drops at the top, and then creativity and usage of terrain at the bottom.
And here's the moment of truth. Oh, 77 points. And 4th position. Thought they might go a tiny bit higher.
Me too. I can only guess that the top air that he did, which was a huge cliff that we have seen Stefan Heusel crash on, he must have been a little backseat or some issue in the landing, I guess.
Well, we did see one ski come up, so
yes,
it didn't stick it perfectly, whereas Drew, it was really fantastic from top to bottom. There's your top 4 on screen right now: Tabke, Barkerid, Rossi, and Slemet. And in the starting gate now is Dennis Risvoll out of Norway. They call him the backflip king,
and
or heedless.
There is a cliche saying that we have, it's go big or go home, and it doesn't fit to anyone better than for him.
That's right. And you look at his results last year, did not finish in Vallnord-Arcalís, didn't finish in Chamonix Mont Blanc, had to step it up and won the event in Fieberbrunn, Austria.
Going big! What a great combination. In that heart of the Smoothies Garden, I must say, what an execution. Stood perfectly on his feet. It's more kind of his terrain. Of course, the Norwegians and Swedish, they know how to ride and perform in really tough conditions. And although we have some cold smoke in the air, it looks like blow-up power all the way. It is on the top, but we have, unfortunately, quite a crusty layer underneath. So to deal with that is a specialty of Mr. Dennis Risvoll. And so happy for him also to have a score down, an awesome run, because you must know he was on crutches 2 weeks ago.
That's right, he'd broken his toe.
Yes.
And probably wasn't going to be able to ride in Chamonix, or wouldn't have been able to ride up to his potential. And he's off the crutches and back on snow, and throwing down a pretty serious run there for the 29-year-old out of Vaga, Oslo,
Have a
Norway.
look at this angle of camera. Woo! Amazing what you see. The combination you have to line. You have to line yourself perfectly for that, because there's no way of turning too hard in the middle section of that one. So that's why he went over to the far lurker's right and then came in from the side, whereas Reini Barkerid, that we have seen previously, he went straight down and he cleared it as a double, and he made kind of a triple out of it, which was super creative.
There we go, 70.66 points in 7th position for Dennis. So judges looking for maybe a little bit more amplitude on some of those jumps. Still got a few good combos in there. And next up, another of our Nordic riders, Scandinavians, this one out of Sweden, Christopher Turdell, or Turtle, as we've nicknamed him.
The Turtle.
Turtle.
I don't know if he's happy with that, but
I know I talked to him about it last year. It was all good, because he said it's going to be too hard for you to pronounce Turdell with the proper Swedish accent. I'm sure I got it wrong. And he loves a Swedish saying, as a mountain birch, easy to bend but impossible to crack. Christopher Turdell, the Turtle, on course.
And watch this display of amazing technical skiing in really difficult terrain.
And the reigning champion here in Vallnord-Arcalís, he won this event last year.
Have a look how smooth he made it look. That is so impressive. Guys out there.
Now, of course, we didn't run the contest last year on this face. So,
ooh, look at that. What a combination. I would call it.
yeah.
Yeah, what a complete run already.
There we go, showing us why he won the first contest he ever competed in on the Freeride World Tour last year in 2016, and putting on another fantastic showing here in Andorra on the Swatch Freeride World Tour for 2017. What a way to get this season underway.
Wow, that little bow was well deserved, because that was one of the most impressive runs I've seen today, for sure. And didn't promise you too much. I can tell you he has that all dialed in. There's no luck involved here. He just knows exactly his capabilities, and that's also why the judging criteria are all the way in the greens. Of course, it gets really tough to put his score into that strong field that we have already seen going down Smoothie's Garden.
Well,
and here we have him in second place,
yeah.
91.33.
Awesome run from Christopher Trodell out of Dundret, Sweden. Actually lives in Gällivare, which is north of the Arctic Circle. Next up, Ivan Mad Malakoff. And this guy is another one of our riders who has a very unique vision of the mountain, to say the least. Some would say a dangerous vision of the mountain, but that's why they call him Mad Malakoff.
Not for nothing. And he loves Andorra. Last year he had his best result on the Freeride World Tour ever, with the third place, going big into that chute, and it's steep. So the last part of our pack of ski men, they favor that zone where Smoothie pulled off his magic line 2 years ago, and it's well scored, so it's pretty smart. Very similar line to what we've seen from Turtle, as you say to him.
Very solid. And even Malakoff, of course, he is Russian, originally from Smolensk, but does all of his skiing in Courmayeur in Italy, on the backside of the Mont Blanc, just opposite Chamonix Mont Blanc. And a very fast run from top to bottom. Of course, speed is not one of the criteria, but the judges do like to see lines in the fall line and keep the fluidity up. So that was a quick one from top to bottom through Smoothie's Garden for Ivan Malakoff. And there you can see why he finished third at this event in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra in 2016. Feeling right at home here in the mountains of the Andorran Principality. That snow still looking really good. Ivan with a big smile on his face. And even bigger, 83 points and fourth position currently. And we are just about 2/3 of the way through the field. So that's going to be a solid result to start the year for Ivan Malakoff. Next up, Loïc Colomb-Paton, our two-time and reigning world champion. Obviously a favorite to take the title again on the Swatch Freeride World Tour in 2017. Going for a big traverse across the top. There, once again on the screen, 95 points is the score to beat. Drew Tabke holding that down. So Loïc, whoa, massive 360 there for Loïc Colomb-Paton. Once again, world champ in his rookie year in 2014. Dropped it to George Rodney in 2015, came back and took the title back in 2016. And he is just going to send it all year this year. He's already won the world title twice. seriously has nothing to lose. So already showing us that he's going all out here this year. A little bit on the back seat on that backflip, but big 360 up the top. Some nice drops through the middle, solid carves, and going upside down. Down the bottom is Loïc Colomb-Paton.
Don't give it away, my friend. Don't give it away. That bottom section was just as we've seen Drew Tapke, who is still in the hot seat with 95 points. And no surprise that he have chosen just as a creative line as Mr. Drew Tapke. What a complete rider we have here from La Clusaz, France, the Mecca, or like a birthplace for some legends of our sport.
It's a breeding ground
Yes,
for
that's what you say.
competitive freeriders, competitive skiers in general.
Beautiful 360. A little bit of a control issue here on the judging criteria, as we see. That's probably the little back seat from his backflip. Here we have that combination. No, not yet the combination.
No, these are the other.
Where
Yep.
we have seen Leo did the 360, and here coming out of a cliff into that. What a poppy windlip, or what do you want to call it?
A wind lip or a little rock formation, but with plenty of snow blown into it. That was the same place that Drew did his backflip.
Exactly.
If memory serves. So Loïc Colomb-Paton waiting for the first score of the season.
Because of this little bubble on his backflip, I cannot see him all the way up there.
And a bit of a backseat on the landing on the 360 up top as well, but really mixing it up, going for some big drops, getting creative, throwing down the rotation, throwing down the backflip down below. So a very complete run with a few control issues, but this should still be a solid score for our reigning world champ. Well, 68.66. There you go. So control definitely an issue. They really have to stick their runs clean today. So finished up 10th here last year and currently 10th again for this year. Loïc Colomb-Paton. Carl Renvall, one of our rookies.
In the start gate, this is a really interesting character. Just a few stats here. He is 20 years of age.
19.
Is he? The website says 20, but anyway.
Oh, no, you're right. He's had his birthday in the meantime.
So, a young gun that did the whole spectrum of competitive freeriding. He was on the juniors, dominated that scene for 2 years in a row. He was overall champ, won 2 of the 3 events each year, came to the qualifiers for 1 year. Guess what he did? He straight qualified for the World Tour. Here he is, 20 years old, Carl Renvall from Verbier.
That's right, after pretty much sweeping everything there was to win.
Ooh, that was fast.
Tour, yeah.
Too fast this time. Unfortunately, he tumbled, and you can see he's not happy at all. He would have had probably a really good run for us at the bottom as well.
Well, not the way he wanted to start his career on the Swatch Freeride World Tour, but he'll have had fun nonetheless. But it's a bit frustrated. Well, that just shows that the kid is a seasoned competitor already at the young age of 20 years old. As Martin was saying, won the overall Freeride Junior Tour 3 years in a row, 2013, 14, and 15. With over the course of his junior career, 7 first-place finishes.
Yeah. And the frustration also comes a lot because he knows that he could have done better. And the error that he did was really avoidable, as you would say. And especially with his technical background, he could have really pulled that out. And that's why he's so frustrated, because he knows he could have easily pulled that.
Well, he's used to winning 2 wins last year on the Freeride World Qualifiers as well. So a frustrating first run on tour for Carl Renvall. Ryan Fay, another one of our rookies. Ryan out of Salt Lake City, Utah, US of A, 22 years old, another one of the 20-somethings. Finished up 3rd on the Freeride World Qualifiers for the Americas and on the overall global rankings to make his way, step it up to the big leagues.
Really solid part there in the
fast
very
attacking
technical
style.
section. Of course, we have seen he's one of the riders further down the start list. Means we have seen already, and this frequently skied. So not the highest performance we've seen today in that section. Still super solid. He knows what he's capable of. Little bit backseat there. Could have been avoided, but really tough to judge the landings at the bottom. As we said, it was raining in the past 2 days. We had some fresh snow on top yesterday. That makes it really tricky in that bottom section to judge the landings. Oh, so he couldn't go through the arch because it just collapsed. That's why.
Well, things happen. There we go. So
but he's happy, as it seems.
no doubt. One big win. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. I'd like to see the smile. One big win last year at the Crested Butte 4-star event on the Freeride World Qualifiers, and pretty stoked with his first run on the Swatch Freeride World Tour for 2017 is Ryan Fay, and studied civil engineering at the University of Utah, and then said, you know what, I'm going to go be a pro free skier. There you go. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Giving a big shout out to friends, family, and fans back at home. And 54.66 points. 18th position, but getting his first taste of the Swatch Freeride World Tour. Sam Ontamaten.
Next up, a legend with his young years already of our sport. He's not missing anything in what you can do in free riding. He's going into the big mountains, not only to shred, but also to climb them super technically, coming from a real mountaineering family.
That's
Brothers.
Right. He and his two brothers are all certified mountain guides and ski instructors, amongst other things. And just to be noted, Sam Ontamaten is the man who takes, when our three-time Freeride World Tour men's snowboard champion Xavier Delarue goes up to do crazy things in the mountains, Sam is the one who guides him up there. So,
yes.
Just to be noted.
The Bergführer.
No doubt. And be it skiing and snowboarding, be it skiing or mountaineering, he has quite a few first descents as well.
And here he gets into the action.
Yeah.
With a big drop at the beginning,
Sam.
but he must have misjudged that direction. Was hard to tell from this angle. Unfortunately, because I know he always, and not know, like out of experience, the last years that we've seen him on tour, he always chose one of the most creative lines on each mountain, and it's no different today. No wonder that he still has fresh tracks all the way down. But unfortunately, a huge mistake at the top already destroyed the hopes for a good score here in Andorra.
Yeah, that very unfortunate, because you can always count on big things from Sam. And obviously can ride some of the most extreme mountain slopes in the world, but also has quite a few freestyle tricks up his sleeve. So great mix of skiing usually from Sam Ontamaten. Has quite a few podium finishes on tour, but he will not be up there today. His best ever finish in first place. He won the Sochi event in 2011.
Here we have what happened.
I don't know.
Same angle. So it's hard to tell if he just misjudged or
I think he went all the way through the snow. I think he hit the ground.
Here he did a tree bunk. You saw that?
Yeah. Like I said, he gets very creative. So obviously frustrated. So I don't know. I don't think he knows what happened either.
Yeah.
Either way, shaking his head. 45 points in 20th.
It's going to be interesting talking to him when the frustration calms down.
And then there were two. It's the local boys now. The two event wild cards. Aymar Navarro will be our next man in out of Valdaran in the Spanish Pyrenees, just outside of Andorra.
And these two locals that we see now, they really deserve to be here. Of course, always great to compete in front of the home crowd. This time they will hopefully even have 2 events where they can showcase their performance.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. And Aymar always puts on a good show here, 11th last year and 10th the year before. So showing his local knowledge.
And always going big, I can tell you. He's known for gnarly lines, and that's what it is.
There you
right
go.
There.
Woo!
Look at that
Oh,
double.
yeah, wow.
Wow.
Awesome. Riba, andale. Vamos, Aymar. Sick.
Another great air there. Keep up the momentum, my friend. What a great run so far.
Well, yeah.
Solid landings. No tricks in there yet. Don't get mixed up with those sketchy conditions at the bottom. What a top part.
Yeah, just ride solid to the finish line and take it. Aymar Navarro coming off a 4th place finish, and the local announcers here on site are going absolutely crazy. Aymar coming off a 4th place finish at the 3-star event, Penitentes El Tolosa 2017. So almost stepped onto a podium so far this year on the Freeride World Qualifiers. Doesn't do too many of those events. Only 105th in the rankings, but check this out.
Look at the margin he had to land in. The direction had to be perfect. This is only possible with local knowledge.
And looking pretty good from
Like
a judging
that top
criteria
part.
standpoint. Yeah, that was wild.
A standout.
And as you
performance.
say, super heavy, because if he did, oh, yes, that's right. Claro que sí. Awesome.
So happy for him, because last year, or the year before actually, he scared us so much when he hit a rock after a super long air, and this time it just went perfect. He nailed it. He found that right pocket, and I must say he's a threat to the podium for sure. And
there you go, 89 points in 3rd place for Aymar Navarro.
that's great.
Woo! There we go. Well, he is going to be ecstatic, because no matter what happens, the worst he can finish is 4th, which will be his best ever finish at this Freeride World Tour event. And now it is the true local boy, Danny Fornel-Prat, who rides for Vallnord-Arcalís. So truly the local hero. He has
such a happy character. We have had him on a full season tour already. In I think 2012 it must have been. I remember well, he was always good for those huge airs, and as you can tell, he's going into that direction. A big air. Unlucky, he cannot stick to it. Didn't hurt himself, as it seems, back on his feet, but it was 1 or even 2 tumbles, so a full crash that will not score well at all.
Definitely put him down the bottom of the rankings, unfortunately. Yes, he was on the Freeride World Tour actually in 2013, finished up 24th, and really wanted to put on a show for the locals here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra, and did get our adrenaline pumping with a big drop up the top. Unfortunately, couldn't stick it. So will be another disappointing.
Woo! That was close.
Talk about getting our adrenaline pumping again.
Yeah.
Still fist up in the air. Even with the crash up the top, he is happy with his run. It's Danny Fornel-Prat, local boy out of Andorra.
Representing his home country.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, so he left a pole up there. So there's another pole additionally to the one from Stefan Heusel. Here we have a good angle of that cliff. Super tight to landing that chute, and it must have been way harder to land than he thought of.
Yeah.
Because you could see the impact was really severe.
With the off and on weather over the last few days, bit of rain, bit of warmth, and then new snow and cold afterwards.
Yeah.
Possibly dust on crust positions, but either way, there we go. Danny's stoked. Too bad he went down, but
Sending
Still a
his love to
fantastic
this guy.
performance, 39.33 points. And showing some local knowledge, and definitely a great performance from the
So
local.
that's it. We have
Yeah.
the podium.
Drew Tabke, Christopher Trudell, and Aymar Navarro. So former world champ Tabke taking the top spot. Sophomore skier and last year's event champion Christopher Trudell second. And Aymar Navarro, one of our local event wild cards, stepping onto the podium for the first time ever on the Freeride World Tour. Following up with Rainy Barkert and Ivan Malakoff rounding out the top 5. So Malakoff really loving Andorra. Then back down the back here. Some of fantastic level of riding today, even for these guys who are finishing up in the low and mid-teens. All these guys threw down some really solid runs, and it wasn't until we got to the back here that we had a few bails and the two Austrians, unfortunately, with the DNFs. That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, it also means that they went for it.
Yes, indeed, they sent it. They were not afraid.
They didn't hold back, especially Stefan. And I just had a very quick chat because he just passed by. Stefan, I'm really happy that he actually is okay. He said you can feel his head still really being shaken.
Yeah, I bet. I don't doubt it.
Had a small concussion.
Big jump and a solid impact.
But actually the thing was, and it happens really, really rare, that he actually has mistaken that in-run. He was trying to go off on a different feature. So actually that was a pure human error. And he said he was super lucky to come out of it like this. That's what you do, and that's what they also do preparation-wise throughout the summer. They train a lot, not only to resist those impacts, but also to resist those crashes. They're super trained athletes, and especially Stefan was leading this path for the last years, preparing himself for each contest season like no other. And it pays off when it comes to crashes like this.
Okay, and our next category in, we are ready to get things underway for the ski women. And a stacked field. Of course, Eva Volkner, our reigning world champion, is going to be looking to back that up. She is a two-time world champ and is truly the lady to beat here on tour this year. Jackie Passo out of the US of A took the win in Verbier last year, and she will be another favorite. And Ariana Tricomi out of Italy, of course, always a threat on the Swatch Freeride World Tour in the women's skiing. There it is, Smoothies Garden. The sun is out, the sky is blue. And here's our start list once again. Eva Volkner is one of the ladies to look for. Kylie Civil, rookie Hazel Birnbaum back for another tour on tour. Jackie Passo, our defending event champion here. Evelina Nielsen, always a threat as well. Nadine Vollner, former world champion, back from injury. Elizabeth Gertsen, the rookie out of Switzerland, another lady to look at. Lorraine Huber, of course, always a threat. Lauren Cameron back for another year on tour. And Ariana Tricomi, as we saw in the highlights, is one of the favorites to take out the event and the tour this year. And the security helicopter is ready and waiting just in case. Hopefully we won't need to use that today. And we are up to the start gate, and our first lady in once again will be Eva Volkner. Once again, follow us on Snapchat. Plenty of social media going on with the Freeride World Tour. Snapchat at FWT Official. So actually Eva Volkner has won the tour in 2015 and 2016. So our reigning two-time world champ, 37 years young, living just outside of Salzburg, Austria. Her home mountain, Salzburger Land and Dachstein, and a fantastic skier. Finished up second here last year and would love to take the win. She had 4 podium appearances in 2016, 2 seconds and 2 first-place finishes. Her only disappointing finish was a 10th place finish at Fieberbrunn in Austria in the home country. And here she is, Eva Wagner, dropping in.
On course. Let's see how the reigning champ is starting her season. Of course, pressure is off if you have 2 titles under your belt. Oop, released a little slap. Wisely to let that pass and not get in the way of her line, which consisted of a nice air in the steep bit, shutting down speed there in the debris. Trying to find those creative shakeoffs. There are plenty of those all over the bottom section, but as I said before, not easy to orientate yourself. There are so many trees and branches, which of course can be used as landmarks, but because there are so many of them, it's hard to differ them which are the ones that I was checking out.
But she has plenty of experience reading faces around the world, so I'm sure not having too much trouble.
And she spends a lot of time really going through her line. Is it really what I want to showcase? She's happy just to be down. She was cruising midway, beautiful pow. She found the goods. And first women's skier down the smoothest garden face.
No doubt, plenty of experience skiing since the young age of 3. And it's showed through on the last few seasons on the Swatch Freeride World Tour and starting things off well here in indoor this year.
Here we have the top air solidly taken. No more bigger features, I must say, throughout that run, but solid. She probably also played it smart to have a score and then build on from that.
Yeah, once again, it's the top 2 results out of the first 3 events that count for qualification for Alaska, and we're not quite sure we're going to be able to rerun the event from Chamonix-Mont Blanc. So some of the ladies, obviously first place with 68 points for the moment, but some of the ladies and riders in general are going to play it safe. Kylie Civil out of Canada, her first run on tour, one of our rookies this year.
Also going into that steep section, just as we've seen Eva Wagner before, smooth and fast entry with really technical section there.
There we go.
There was no way of going straight down. She had to do those turns, otherwise she would have ended up in the rocks. Very solid, great skiing she's showing there.
So Kylie took the top spot on the Freeride World Qualifying global rankings last year, and obviously for the Americas as well, her rookie year. She had 2 big wins in the 4 stars, actually wrangle the chute in 2016, 2015. So she does know a thing or two about winning events and is putting on a very solid performance.
Absolutely. She also chose the middle section, kind of at the heart of this whole face, where you see the snow is still great. Not many riders have touched that zone yet, which is also crucial for some fun riding, not also to please the judges, but also yourself. And that's what she did. Great first performance on the Freeride World Tour. Congrats.
Yes, indeed. Well, competing in big mountain freeride contests since 2012, so although not a Freeride World Tour veteran, plenty of experience.
She's happy with it.
The 28-year-old out of Red Mountain, British Columbia, Canada.
Here we see that entry. Pretty technical. Great technique there. I really like her riding, I must say. And here we see bump, bump, slalom through those rocks. Didn't get bothered about it too much. Nice air to exit that steep part there, and then she got into those smooth turns in fresh snow. Had another drop there in the middle, so pretty a classic 5 points ahead of Eva Valkner. It was just this much smoother, and especially the entry to that steep zone made the big difference in my eyes.
So solid skiing from our first two ladies, but still plenty of room for any of the next 8 competitors to come to step up and take over the lead. Hazel Josie Birnbaum out of the US of A from Kirkwood in South Lake Tahoe, California. That's her home mountain. Finished up 10th last year. Did not make the cut for Alaska. Looking to have another go and step it up for this season.
Really solid rider. Probably one of the best runs we've seen on the Petit Bec so far, with a huge double. That was 2 years ago.
Yep, in 2015.
Completed in Verbier.
And finished 3rd. And then had an off year in 2016, so her 3rd year on tour. Back as a tour wild card, just showing the organizers of the Swatch Freeride World Tour recognize her talent.
And that's what she shows here. Very strong skiing. The drop was not super big, but this is really steep, a steep section where you have to be solid on your skis, and that's what she's showing. Here comes a nice air, sticking it clean first, but then she got into trouble. What a shame. That would have been such a nice drop there. And she knows that's it for a good score.
Well, that's disappointing, to say the least. Oh,
she's out of her concept.
Completely out of rhythm. And she's going to be disappointed. Hazel, she wears her emotions on her sleeve as well, so she will not be smiling back at the hotel in Ordino this evening. Oh, and she started so well up top.
Exactly. And I saw her riding out of that easily. She had like the first impact of that landing. Really, she resisted well, and then there must have been some bubble at just a few meters further down after the landing. What a shame. Would have been a really nice run, and I must say, sticking that landing with another little air, she would have been on first at the top spot. And like this, here we have top section, really technical, and here we have where it went wrong. A little bit backseat, and then maybe she went into one of those icy cookies that are hidden underneath. Unfortunately, as we said before, it rained 2 days prior. And that also released some snow and rolled down, and this part froze. So you have those, we call them death cookies actually, because when you ride into them, there's no way that you have your skis still on. It's just riding into a rock hidden underneath the snow.
Well, hopefully that does not happen to our reigning event champion, Jackie Passo out of the US of A.
What a great start she had last year into the season with a win here in Andorra.
Followed up with, well, 2 mediocre results in Sham and Fieberbrunn, but still qualified for Haines, Alaska, where she finished 4th, and then she went off to Verbier, Switzerland, the grand finale, and won the whole thing. And her goal this year is to win the tour. Actually, she had a chat with her and Eva in Chamonix, and they said they would gladly switch places. Jackie wants to win the tour this year, and Eva's goal is to win the extreme in Verbier. So
yeah, so for that,
but that's,
she has to be more consistent.
Yep.
We saw, like you just showed the results, 2 wins last year.
Yep. 2 wins, and
it didn't make her win the Freeride World Tour because the other results were not holding up to those standards that the girls are riding in.
That's right. Finished the tour in 2nd position, but Eva really ran away with it. So it's a question of concentration. Jackie can be very, well, yeah, we saw with her results last year, very hot and cold. 2 wins, a 4th place and a 6th place result. Whereas pretty much Eva was on the podium the entire year through, except for Fieberbrunn, but dropping her lowest result, so that didn't count in the final rankings.
What a bummer. That bubble on top there really
kind of knocked her off her rhythm.
Yes, and also it will reduce her score quite a fair bit. Would have been a really nice run with a great bottom section, at least a lot of different features in there, but I don't think it's going to be a nice score for her to start off the season as she would have wished for, because of this bubble that we're going to see right there running out of it.
What?
Not too bad though. It looked a little worse. That's also what the judges do now. They have a video judge, which is checking a different angle, which the heli, for example, provides, because obviously the judges only have visual inspection of those runs with their binoculars, and it could be that I'm mistaken that it didn't pull off that much. So she is in first place.
Place and into the top spot.
I'm happy for Jackie.
No doubt. We thought it was a bobble, but it actually could have just been a really sharp turn that threw up lots of powder snow. So we thought she bobbled, but apparently she didn't.
Correct.
So there we go. Into the top spot for the defending event champion, Jackie Passo. Evelina Nilsson out of Sweden, 25 years young, finished up last year in 6th position. 1 podium finish, and it was here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra. So she likes riding here in the Pyrenees, and let's see if she can take it up a notch or two.
What a bunch of energy. Not the tallest rider on tour, but I must say one of the strongest technically skiing. We have seen some turns of her performing over the last 2 seasons that were really impressive, and I really expect a lot from her in the future to come. Still young, still eager and hungry to get more and more experience.
And very funny in one of the web clips, Freeride World Tour dailies from pre-event. So what's your secret this year? Well, I'm bringing my dad on tour. He's a karate master.
I'm surprised you didn't say a Jedi. A Jedi.
Jedi master. That's only in the movies, McFly. Karate's real life. As is this skiing right here from Evelina Nilsson.
But you know that she's a techie.
Is she?
Complete.
No, I did not. Boom. Well, very solid on her feet. Using the force currently.
Yes. She loves that. You should see her Instagram account when she dresses up for parties. What a great drop in the middle, where we've seen some
big
back
boost
from
over
the boys.
The backflip.
And she just had, for sure, one of the nicest airs from the girls so far.
So this is her 2nd year on tour, qualified through the Freeride World qualifiers in 2015. Last year, her rookie year, finished top 8. And this year, looking to why not move into the top 5 or even the top 3. Evelina Nilsson putting on quite a show.
Great.
Here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra.
Applause from my side. I'm claiming it, hopefully, like, can't be missing. That is the top spot so far, I would say.
Awesome. Her home mountain is Åre, Sweden, which is another one of those breeding grounds for top freeride ski and snowboarders, especially skiers.
Yeah, it's a really tough breeding ground where you have to be really solid on your skis. There are not so many days where you have conditions like this, where it's nice and powdery. That's why you have those skiers. They know how to stomp landings. Look at that. Beautiful. That's what the judges want to see.
No doubt. Well,
creative riding, a lot of features put into one run. Although, just in third place.
67.33, so maybe lacking a tiny bit of amplitude. Either way, a solid way to start the season. And next up, another one of our 2-time world champions out of Austria. This young lady here, Nadine Vallner, 27 years old. Took the tour 2 times in a row in 2013, 2014 before having a rather serious injury And she is back in the mountains. The mountains are my playground, she says, and very excited to be back on tour.
Yeah. She calls herself a little mammoth. A bunch of energy she is, for sure. On and off the skis. Really cool to have her around. Her company is always welcomed, cheerful, and
always a smile on her face, exactly.
And that's also what is reflected in her skiing, combined with technical background. Her dad, a mountain guide, and she stepping into those big footsteps also in the course to become a mountain guide herself at the moment, and still riding on the highest level on the Freeride World Tour. Super impressive. Starting her run in a technical area, fast and fluid as we know her. Now getting into a more playful section. So glad to see her back, riding smooth with creative lines, stomping legs out. As you mentioned before, she had a really severe leg injury that put her onto the couch for quite a while. Even when she came back last year on tour, she was really
played it safe.
You're right.
Playing it safe, finishing 5th in the world nonetheless.
And now she can go back into her old competition mode.
No doubt. Well, yeah, playing it safe last year, finished 5th here in Andorra, but she did step up onto one podium when it counted at the Verbier Extreme, finishing 3rd. So that was gave us a little taste of what was to come for this season on the Swatch Freeride World Tour. Vallnord, Vallnord, there's that fantastic smile. Throwing up some...
Here we have that section going straight line over that cliff that we've seen Eva Walkner go on, but definitely harder charging than we've seen the ladies before. Here she wanted to go a little faster over it, but she probably was not 100% sure she's right. Here comes a little Nadine dance. She just loves it when it goes to plan.
60.66 5th points. Tiny bit disappointed. Nadine Vallnord. That's all right. She will have time for redemption as we move into the next stop on tour in Fieberbrunn. Elisabeth Gerritsen out of Switzerland. Actually dual national, Swiss and Dutch, but home mountain, Verbier, Switzerland. So obviously plenty of high alpine experience for this young lady, 21 years young.
When we talk about breeding grounds, Verbier is all the way up there with Ore and La Clusaz and Lake Tahoe region, so on. This is the Verbier local strong rider. We haven't seen her hitting any features yet, which is a little surprise because she can get some air and has some stomping legs,
yes,
which she will show maybe further down, just like this one.
Yes.
Have a look at that beautiful stomp, and she sent it down. Where Hazel had quite an issue in the landing, she just punched through it. No problem for me. Boom, another feature there. Playful usage of terrain. She knows a secret already of some high score lines.
No doubt, and plenty of experience already on the international competition circuit. 2nd at the Junior World Champs in Snowbird, Utah 2013. Won a handful of events on the Junior Tour in Europe in 2013 as well. 4 second place finishes on the World Qualifiers in 2016, and finished 2nd in the global rankings to qualify for the 2017 Swatch Freeride World Tour. And a very solid showing for her first event.
Smart riding. That definitely was the highlight of her run. Great feature there. Sent it down even further than the boys, some of them. Maybe the top part was a bit lacking. She was riding strong, but she didn't take any features there. Might be a little lack there in the score. But definitely a good, solid performance for this first appearance on the Freeride World Tour on the big stage.
And next up, another one of our Austrian skiers, Lorraine Huber out of Lech am Arlberg.
Good friend of mine, Laurie. Always happy to see her back on tour. She had a rough 2 seasons. Really hard to get back on her feet, which she did really impressively. After 5 weeks after injuries last season and the year before, she was back on her feet. But of course, it's impossible to catch up if you miss an event or 2 even to really finish strong in the overall rankings.
Still managed, even injured in 2015, finished in the top 8 and re-qualified. And last year, 11th on the overall rankings, but awarded an injury wild card. And she says she's feeling healthy though this year. So hopefully she's going to step it up a notch. And
one of her riding buddies is Stefan Heusel and Björn Heriger. The bunch from the Arlberg region, they ski a lot together. And if you have to follow and keep up with Stefan,
good luck.
You definitely have to know a thing or 2 about sending it.
No doubt. Well, she definitely has the talent. Finished up 2nd in the world in 2014. And is feeling it, we hope, for 2017. Either way, solid run there to start things off for Laurie Huber. And has the most fantastic Australian accent I've ever heard from an Austrian.
This is because her mom is from Australia and she used to live there for a few years. She's a great surfer as well, so all you want, what a mix. Austrian roots and Australian influences.
Okay, I'm waiting
Let's
for
see what the judges
to come
think
in.
about that one.
And 54.33. So the judges really kind of pushing the ladies to step it up and throw down some big drops up top and maybe get a little bit tricky with it down the bottom.
With 2 more riders to come. That means like the score that you end up now is pretty much your score in the end. And we have
Lauren Cameron back for another go-round on tour. Finished up 7th last year.
the Canadian.
Yes, indeed. 23 years old, out of Whistler, British Columbia. So she loves the POW. Would love to have a little bit more of the powder, I think, here in Andorra, but she'll be happy enough with the snow conditions up top.
She might not have skied that much hard pack this season because I heard their conditions have been all time this year. From the beginning on, they had storm after storm cycle coming in from the Pacific, and yeah, bless them with the goods.
Well, Lauren coming on tour after qualifying second in the Americas region in 2015. Had one podium in her first year in 2016, a third place finish in Fieberbrunn.
Great middle section here. Great combination. We haven't seen any lady going through that section, if I'm not mistaken, before, so the judges definitely will award that. Creativity side of choosing your line. Now already in her bottom section, approaching that. That
Stay
was
on
close.
your feet. Come on, Lauren.
Unfortunately, that will still be part of her score. Probably already a little tired in her legs to resist that impact of that last drop there. Here we have the top section. Same
favorite feature of pretty much all our women skiers up there.
Yeah, we had Eva Wagner going into that area, also Lorraine Huber. Here we have that middle section where she really pushed her score. Creative combination there, but a little bobble at the very end just before entering the finished corral. So we'll see what the judges think about that one. While we see already the last rider of the women's ski category preparing herself.
And here it is. 61.66 points and 5th position for Lauren Cameron. Finished up 11th here last year, so the 23-year-old Canadian will be happy enough with that result. And last but not least, out of Italy, is last year's 3rd place finisher in the overall rankings on the Swatch Freeride World Tour. It is Arianna Tricomi out of Italy, riding in the Dolomites and in Innsbruck, Austria.
What a happy camper. Here again, what a great character we have on tour, and strong skier. You can see that already. The first turns, going strong into that steep section, hitting that air, already having 2 airs on her belt. And you have to know that if there is someone who can pull a 360 of the women's skiers, it's her.
It's her for sure. Well, 4th here in Andorra last year, and would love to finish on the podium this year. And there's plenty of room to move because our top spot is held down by Jackie Passo, and it's only a 72-point score. But if Arianna can impress the judges, the top spot on the podium is definitely attainable.
There are a few other drops here, and she's going to take the race. Yeah, here she goes, Arianna. Yeah,
Same air there.
A little bit backseat, hands down on that landing. And the judges are being rather severe on the control criteria today. Well, the snow's still looking pretty good down below.
Yeah, and I'm also pretty happy to have that we still have the sun in the face. So this is also pretty cool. Crucial to have same conditions for the categories.
And it is truly bluebird as well. There is not a cloud in the sky. Of course, weather can change fast in the mountains, but hopefully it's not going to, as it hasn't been announced. Any clouds this afternoon as we check out a replay of this line from Arianna Tricomi.
Great top section, dropping that cliff. No one has done before, into that steep section, and then that favorite one that we've seen from, I think, already 5-6 other riders. But here, getting a little more creative. A drop there, not having a lot of speed. That's why the impact was a little more
That was the only
heavier
mistake, if there was one. And here, the judges have finished their deliberations, and we said the top spot was attainable, and it certainly was. 76.66 points and the win for Italy's Arianna Tricomi.
That's great.
Wow.
We're gonna have a party tonight.
No doubt.
Because she will be true to that rule of the 10%.
Oh yeah, so being congratulated by last year's event champion Jackie Passo, who was sitting in the hot seat until the very end. And there's our podium: Arianna Tricomi, Jackie Passo, and Kylie Civil. So 2 vets, especially Jackie. Arianna Tricomi in the top spot, Jackie Passo second, and the rookie keeping up the tradition of the rookies performing well here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra. The young Canadian stepping it up in her first event. And moving on very shortly to the 2 snowboard categories, but what a way to start the day. Some fantastic skiing, Martin.
Absolutely. It was a rough start today because it was really tough to find the right setup, and really a lot of question marks still this morning for all the riders. But again, hats down for all the organization and the staff. They made it happen. We have an amazing run.
Once again, congratulations to those ladies: Arianna Tricomi, Jackie Passo, and Kylie Civil. So the Italian Tricomi finished up 3rd in the world last year and takes the first win on tour, moving to the top of the standings. That lady, Jackie Passo out of the US of A, our defending event champion and world number 2 for 2016, back into the world number 2 position after the first event this season. And Kylie Civil in her first run on the Freeride World Tour, taking 3rd place. And once again, getting ready to go for the men's snowboarding. We're going to take a look at some of the favorites from 2016. Back in competition here in 2017. There's our reigning world champ, Sammy Lupke, out of Truckee, California, US of A, dude.
That's his standard.
No doubt. Wolfpack biting that first place trophy. As you can see, he has the full package. Style, tricks, and knows how to read the terrain.
He crowned himself world champion with a win in Verbier. That's the way to go. Second up as a favorite, Camille Armand, the Chamoniard, a great rider, coming from a freestyle background, as you can see here, throwing down huge backflips and stomping them beautifully. So definitely one of the favorites that we're going to see performing today.
Yeah. And we are ready to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, halfway through the day, we've seen some fantastic skiing. Now it's time for some fantastic snowboarding. Still plenty of powder snow up the top of Smoothie's Garden. The sky is bluebird. Conditions couldn't get much better.
We still have some sun in the face, which is crucial. It's so tough. We have 60 riders that have to perform on one face. So having the more or less same conditions for all riders is really good to have.
No doubt. And before we get things underway for the snowboarders, we're going to have a quick look at the judging criteria. And Martin is going to talk us through it and explain how we get the scores that we do at the end of the runs.
We have a judging panel of 5 experienced judges, some legends of our sport like Tom Burt and Hugo Harrison are part of it. And they judge an overall impression based on categories like line choice, straight up one of the most important criterias. It's about difficulty, technicality
of run,
terrain,
yes.
But also fluidity is super important. How fast is a rider going down the mountain? Fluidity means how fast are you relatively to the terrain you're in. You're not clocked, not racing against the clock. Control, of course, is a huge issue when it comes down to crashes versus being in control. It's not all black and white. Judges consider if you're having some troubles or just in the brink of losing it as well. Air and style, of course, the most spectacular category that we have. Everything that happens in the air just before and after. Technique is the last to round it up. Are you committed to your riding, arching your turns, or just side slipping? That's what this category is all about. But keep in mind, it's all about overall impression.
Okay, and as you can see, lots of locals enjoying the riding here in Vallnord-Arcalís because, of course, fantastic freeride terrain, but it's also a great ski resort just to come out and do a bit of piste bashing with the family. Fantastic ski instructors here as well. As we were waiting for the event to get ready, we were down at the ski school and watching some of the youth. Once again, here is Smoothie's Garden. And Martin, are the snowboarders going to approach this face the same way as the skiers, or are they going to take some different lines?
Of course, strategies can differ with the bib number that you have. We have seen already more or less like 35 riders going down that mountain, so we have already a lot of tracks. Probably we're going to see some more creative and diverse lines now to still find the goods, the POW. It's over 400 meters of vertical, so there's plenty of options there. And as you saw just on the face, a lot of features, a lot of trees though, hard to identify your landmarks. But coming to landmarks, someone who really performed and found all his landmarks was
Sam Smoothie, and we're going to take a look at that winning line from 2015 just to show you why this place is called Smoothie's Garden. Truly one of the most outstanding runs in the 10-year history of the Swatch Freeride World Tour, and it went down right here on this face in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra.
He was one of the last riders as well going down. So we've seen already so many different lines, but you can see there you don't see any tracks. So that means no one has ridden that before. He said a quick hello to the photographer, and then off he went into a super exposed part of that face. He had to nail every single turn. Only inches of space, just like this one. Hop in there and straight on onto that patch of snow. Boom. Perfect landing. And when you look at, put Sam Smoothie's run Andorra into YouTube, and you will also see the GoPro run. And there you will hear him laughing and swearing
and then
because he was so happy and surprised he made it.
We were already completely losing it.
Yeah,
then he did this as commentators. And coming down to the bottom, that was clean.
Still super smooth. We saw now this is the winning run. No doubt. Like, this was so outstanding on that day.
There's no way he could not win the contest.
Don't lose it here. Don't lose it. And then he pulls off that one. If you just saw that, he clipped a branch
on the tree,
one of
and
those
almost
trees
fell
with
100
his
meters from the finish
ski.
line.
So his ski was all the way to his back, and he just managed to bring it back. And going through that finish area, he was just over the moon.
And the snow conditions, it was a bit of spring skiing in 2015 here on this face. Today there's plenty of powder, and we've seen some absolutely fantastic runs, and we're very excited, at least I know I am, to see the men's and women's snowboarders have a go in Smoothie's garden.
Yeah, you're right. Conditions are a little different than 2 years ago.
Okay.
Same area, but definitely we're going to see some different lines than we've seen 2 years ago.
And we're just waiting for that helicopter to make its way up into the air. Then we're going to get things underway. Let's have a look at the start list for the men's snowboarding. Well, as we saw in the preview, Camille Armand, last year's world number 5 out of Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, is one of the favorites, along with Sami Lubke, our reigning world champ. Last year's actually event champion, Sasha Ham, unfortunately injured himself and could not join us this year. But Sasha, if you're watching, hats off to you and get well soon. Hope to see you back on tour. Davy Baird, American rookie out of Alaska. Christopher Granbaum, standout Swedish rider out of Verbier, actually. Paul-Henri Delerue, the younger brother. He's a wild card this year, younger brother of 3-time Freeride World Tour champion Xavier. Christopher Galvin out of the US of A, back for another go-around. Thomas Furstein, the Austrian rookie. I know that you're expecting big things from Thomas. Jonathan Penfield, last year's world number 2, and Ralph Backstrom, another of our Freeride World Tour champions out of America. So a very stacked field of snowboarders this year, and the first man in will be a young man out of Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, France, which riding somewhat not in the shadow of, but trying to live up the reputation of another 2-time Freeride World Tour champion, Dudes Charlet, who decided to retire. And Cammy stepping it up for the Chamonix Valley and Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, ready to have at it here in Vallnord-Arcalís, where he finished 3rd in 2016. So looking for another podium finish is the young man, the young 24-year-old out of Chamonix-Mont-Blanc.
Already, I think, 3 years on tour.
Yep.
Always good for a surprise.
Qualified in 2014, and so this is his 3rd year on tour. Finished up 9th, but was granted a wild card. Finished up 9th in 2015, just outside the top 8. Granted a wild card for 2016. Finished 5th, and looking to move up into the top 3, and why not even have a go at the World Championship title. Here he is, Camille Armand, the first of our men's snowboarders.
On course.
On course, exactly.
He's choosing to proceed down that ridge. We've seen a few skiers go all the way down to the Lucas right, skiers left. But he chooses to go into
Yep.
a really gnarly part. Have a look at that.
Into
A
uncharted
huge
territory.
air
Sticking
all the
it
way
clean.
from the
Wow! Straight line.
heading down. Wow.
Well,
He knows a thing or two to ride in steeps. Coming from Chamonix, no wonder. But as I told you before, he's also good for some freestyle elements, especially the backflip. He does that in his sleep.
yes, he does. And enjoying the powder. Starting off well. Big jump, straight line up the top. Lots of speed. Showing great board control. And putting the pressure on the rest of the field is Camille
Keeps it
Armand.
together. All rounded line so far. Impressive, big mountain, fast riding at the top. Some nice features in the middle. Nothing over the top in the middle. There's still some potential there, but definitely it's going to be a solid score to start off his Freeride World Tour 2017 campaign.
Here's the first jump into the straight line up top. And stomping his landings. No back seat on any of his jumps whatsoever. Lots of green there on the judging criteria for Camille Armand. And once again, in his 2 years on tour, his best result, third place finish here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra last year. And starts off with 75 points. So still room to move for the rest of the riders, but Camille Armand definitely putting a little bit of pressure on the rest of the field for this year.
But we know what this score is holding against, or how do you say that? How strong this score is will be proven by the next rider.
That's exactly it, because if anybody is going to step up and do better than Kemi, it is this guy, Sami Lupke. Super stylish, picks fantastic lines, and has a full package of freestyle tricks. He's got his frontside and backside threes on lock in the big mountain riding, and occasionally will even throw down a 540. So Sami Lupke, our reigning world champion, is and he's not afraid. Once again, he's won the world championships, and he told us in the Freeride World Tour daily web clips he's going to send it.
And he does. He went huge on that top air, trying to shut it down without losing control, finding the good snow to set his edges. Very smart riding there. Similar approach than Camille, but probably even went bigger. And here we have the
Backside
perfect
360 Indy.
So already bumped his score way high.
The only thing coming into that, as he comes into a little possible double there, no, I thought he was going to double, but he's found another jump, front side air, little hand drag on the landing, but wow, big, really huge amplitude up top. Backside 360 with the Indy grab.
Great inversion here at the bottom. I haven't seen that many riders going through that section there. That was a complete run, as we just predicted.
Yeah, maybe not quite as in control as Camille Armand, but he really mixed it up. And one of the things, though, he did flip it around to switch just before he went into the backside 360, and then so he actually came around backwards and then straightened himself out again before he went into that 360. So I don't know if the judges will consider that a lack of control, but let's have a look at the highlights again. The perfect front side grab, or Indy grab on that first jump. Into the front side air with that little hand drag. He didn't get to see the 360 again, but he's stoked. There you go, fist pump. And Sami Lupke is one cool character. He does not show his emotion very often. And yeah, even with a little lack of control, the judges loving it. 90 points for Sami Lupke. Lupke, there you go. That's why this guy is our reigning world champion. Absolutely fantastic snowboarding.
And this will be really tough to beat. The combination of gnarly, big, steep lines at the top with a big drop, and then some freestyle elements and creative bottom section.
Okay.
That's what the judges want to see.
Yeah, they loved it. Well, 23 years old. This is Davy Baird. Just trying to be a Fruit Loop in a world full of Cheerios, says Davy. I love that. Out of Homer, Alaska. He started snowboarding on a track on his driveway, then towing around behind his dad's snowmobile on his way to session the Olson Mountain Rope Tow. So out of Alaska, but really started out with a serious freestyle background on some small mountains. Second on the Freeride World Qualifier Global Rankings last year, and is super stoked to be on tour. Check him out at davybaird.weebly.com.
And he's going for a big one.
Oh!
He found a really nice patch of snow to land in, because you saw that slab in the landing that actually released the snow there with Butter 360.
Yeah, nose press Butter 360 there. Well, he knows with that messed up landing on that first big jump that
would have been is the recipe to kick the world champion Sami Lübke off his current throne with 90 points to go big, but unfortunately he couldn't put it together with the bobble in the landing. But he still keeps on riding hard, and I must say I like what I'm seeing.
No doubt, this kid is going to be a threat this year. Obviously, hopefully he will be able to qualify for the first cut before the Dream Stop in Haines, Alaska, and be able to put on a show for the family at home. And just to mention, he is one of the unsponsored riders on tour, and his big sister Naomi has set up a page to help cover his travel expenses on GoFundMe.com. So if you like what you're seeing from Davy Baird, go check him out on GoFundMe.com and give this guy some cash, because he needs a travel budget. He has no sponsors helping him out.
And he deserves it.
He
Have
definitely
you seen
deserves
this performance? Have a look at that one.
Awesome.
Huge air. We won't see anything bigger today, but unfortunately couldn't put it together. That's why the control bar in the judging criteria is a little further down. Mixing it up with some freestyle in the middle, finding really creative lines in the middle section as well. So it would have been the recipe to kick the master.
Doubt. 60 points. Imagine if he'd stuck that first cliff. Okay, 60 points. It's okay. That's a solid first performance from the young man out of Alaska. And coming up next, Christopher Granbaum. There he is, Sami Lübke.
In the hot seat.
In the hot seat. Starting off the 2017 season where he left off.
Another strong rider to come.
So Christopher Granbaum originally from Gothenburg, Sweden, but Verbier local, riding for Verbier and currently residing there, 33 years old. Finished 8th in the world in his rookie season. Took second place here last year in Vallnord-Arcalís, and that was his best result of his rookie year. So looking to duplicate that performance here again, 2017.
Yeah, it's really difficult to find that balance of staying way within your limits and still trying to push it to actually have one of those top scores. And that's what he did. It looked super easy for him to do in his first stop last year here in Andorra. So we might see another relaxed Christopher coming back to his favorite place.
And he really enjoys Andorra because he finished 5th at the El Dorado Freeride 4-star event in 2014. So feeling right at home here in the Andorran Principality in the heart of the Pyrenees.
Coming in from the all the way skiers left side of the mountain. Not as many tracks as going through the center. Beautiful transfer there with a grab. You see a lot of features still to come below him. Hard to choose which one worked the best and to find them in the end. Here another big drop. If he can stick that, but he can't. And here, have a
Snow
look.
Conditions.
You can see the bomb holes that he created. That's how you can judge what snow conditions he was confronted with. It was not powder, I can tell you that much.
Now, and that's one of the nice front side grab on that jump as well. One of the reasons that we did hold off starting the contest after actually the first face that we'd chosen to run the contest today was deemed to have too high of an avalanche risk. We moved over here to Smoothie's Garden, and we knew that there was some very firm snow underneath. That's why we waited for there to be full sunshine on the face, hoping that the snow would soften up a bit. That's also one of the reasons we're running the snowboard categories at the end of the day, so that the snow is soft enough so that they can really put on a good show. But as we saw there, unfortunately, certain parts of the slope are still hard pack underneath some powder, but started off well.
Absolutely. He knows the recipe. Here, beautiful transition over to the left side of the mountain, skier's left side, I must say. And here that would have been is a huge drop, but if he would have stuck it, that would have gained him a lot of points. Unfortunately, this way with 2 tumbles, it's a full-on crash, meaning a big loss of points.
And
in
he
his
will
overall
not
score.
be finishing up second at the contest this year, that's for sure.
No.
The next one from the French.
Ending up 4th place, 55 points. Fifth rider
There we
through the
go.
gate, we have
Paul-Henri Delerue, alias Polo, who, as we were mentioning earlier, a few Olympic athletes in the field of the Swatch Freeride World Tour this year.
also a local, I must have to mention.
Yeah, he is from the
Coming
Pyrenees
from-
originally, that's
Yeah.
right, out of Saint-Lary-Soulon in the Hautes-Pyrénées on the French side of the Pyrenees. And as I was about to say, Olympic bronze medalist in the border cross in the Turin Olympics in 2006. And actually had a massive spill here in
Vallnord-Arcalís. Fast,
Vallnord-Arcalís.
unfortunately couldn't put it together. Let's focus on his run here.
Yes.
Oh, wait, what a great start. He went straight into that steep part, full speed check in the little powder section there, but then in the outrun couldn't put it together. Definitely I like what
Well,
I'm seeing. He's a kind of unwritten page on the Freeride World Tour.
Fast riding is a family trademark
Yes,
in the
it
Delerue
is.
family.
He knows a thing or two of snowboarding, but it had more involved some artificial jumps and rollers so far. Now it's all natural that he is confronted with, but of course we are not surprised that we see a strong rider on screen.
And 3 brothers in the Delerue family. Younger brother Victor, older brother Xavier, 3-time Freeride World Tour champ, the bronze gold medalist in border cross polo, and Victor Delerue is the freestyler and actually a fantastic freerider as well. So the 3 brothers are all international level snowboarders, and fantastic to have Polo on tour with us as a wild card, and a fantastic way to introduce himself to the competitive international freeride scene here in Vallnord-Arcalís in his home mountain chain of the Pyrenees.
Have a look at that approach. Boom, straight into the steeps, super fast. Here the speed, just didn't see that one. Speed check in that powder segment. And unfortunately, also we did not see here again, top section. Here, again, the cut a little too early. And we didn't see the bobble that he had on the run out. So that's why probably the score will not be as high as it could have been, because he really mixed up the middle part with a lot of features. He knew exactly where he's going. That's the tricky part of like coming into the snowboard freeride scene, that you really like this line, choosing your line is actually the difficult part, because snowboarders, he has been spending a lot of time on a snowboard to be able to ride well. That's not the point. He really needs to get some more experience in that way of picking your line in the big mountains.
I'm sure his brother Xavier will help him out with that a little bit.
Yes.
As the season goes on. Christopher Galvin out of Squaw Valley, California, US of A. Another one of the Truckee boys.
Very solid rider.
Yep, 4th in the world last year in his second year on tour, so back for a 3rd go around on the Swatch Freeride World Tour. Did not finish here in Vallnord-Arcalís last year, had to unbuckle, got himself into a rather serious situation that he could not get out of without unbuckling his board, but starting off very well. great jump, just couldn't hold on the landing.
What a pity. Great friend of Sami Lipke. No wonder that they choose exactly the same cliff. And a beautiful 360 there. Again, couldn't hold it together. What a shame. But he has what it takes to kick off his friend from his hot seat.
Not this year, but yeah, plenty of experience. Big backside 360 there.
Here you see what we are talking about. Beautiful cork 3 and great landing.
Well, one podium finish for Christopher last year, third place in Fieberbrunn, which will be our next stop on tour.
If maybe a little explanation here.
We possibly could be restaging the Chamonix Mont Blanc event here in Vallnord-Arcalís. We will bring you more information on that, or you'll be able to find out more information as to if that will be happening or not on all of our Freeride World Tour social media accounts. Boom! Started well, solid in the air, and just came unstuck on the landing. So still a bit of hard pack under that powder. As you can see again, that was a beautiful backside 3. Once again, every single one of those jumps landing either back seat or at least a big hand drag. Still, Christopher Galvin showing us the kind of talent that he has under his belt.
I'm really looking forward to see the next rider.
I know you are, and we're going to get to him in just a second as soon as the judges dial in a score for Christopher. Should be coming up here in just a second. So once
it's a
again,
sign that the judges really
hesitating. Yeah,
pick
well,
it apart to see where to put him.
some great jumps, and that's the difficulty, though. A bit of lack of control, but some solid riding nonetheless. So there we go, 5th place, 46 points for Christopher Galvin. 3 riders yet to come, and here he is, our Austrian rookie, Thomas Furstein, out of Montafon, Austria, 25 years old.
Winning the qualifying series.
That's
and
right.
Here we got a little taste already of what we can expect. Backside 3. Into the top section. Strong riding.
Big ollie. Strong legs. Solid landing because a bit off balance, but no problem sticking that one there.
And definitely his forte is the freestyle aspect. As we've seen another, was it a frontside 3? We've seen?
I missed that, had a hard time telling on the screen. Either way.
That's how he punches up his scores. Finding the creative lines, fluidity. That's what I saw so far on videos and seeing him live.
Yeah, and lots of drops in there, just one after another after another. Not huge jumps, but really linking them together with some solid turns in there.
Very playful.
Well, you were telling me before Chamonix, Martin, that this kid is, you're looking at him as a favorite to challenge for the win on the overall rankings here this year, and from what we've seen there, he definitely has a shot. Plenty of, he's got 4 wins over the last 2 years on the Freeride World Qualifiers in the 4-star events, and once again won the overall rankings on the Freeride Qualifiers last year, starting off really well here.
That's a steep section with a smaller drop and straight lining out more or less. But here comes his forte.
Yeah, it's hard. I want to say backside 3 there.
Yeah.
Hard to tell watching the replay on screen. Usually.
And if remember right, there was another
he's going to go into
3 in there, so that's why he's
going
ending
to
up
second.
in the second
There we
place.
go, 84
what
points.
A result for the first,
No doubt
try.
there's 2 riders left to come. However, with 2 riders left to come, he could still be knocked off the podium, but either way, a spectacular, an excellent score to start things off on the Swatch Freeride World Tour for the young Austrian. And the reason I say is he could still be knocked off the podium is we have 2 riders left to come, but it's last year's world number 2, Jonathan Penfield, and our 2013 men's world champion, Ralph Backstrom. Right now, though, it's off to the sophomore rider, Jonathan Penfield, out of Palo Alto, California, riding out of Kirkwood, and another one of the boys born and raised in Truckee, California. There are your standings on screen. Lubke, Furstein, Armand, and Baird. So a very international podium right now. Can the last 2 Americans make it a clean sweep for the US of A? We shall see. Jonathan Penfield coming up right here as he moves into the thick of it on the smoothie garden face.
Great air into that steep section, shutting down the speed straight away to find a new access there into that chute. We haven't seen his takeoff, but
the landing was clean.
Yep, seemed he executed that really well, mixing it up.
Looked like the mute grab or the slob grab.
Very similar line, but with a creative approach at the top. Similar line to Sammy Lipke and Chris Galvin.
Chris Galvin, exactly. Another good grab there as well for Jonathan Penfield. Very smooth style. This kid, and sticking it again, making it look really, really easy. That was one thing that I think that really stood out last year. Is Jonathan Penfield has one of the smoothest styles of snowboarding around, and
you're right.
I don't know what they put in the water in Truckee, California, but it makes for some very stylish snowboarding. And Jonathan Penfield showing us why he finished second in the world last year. I'm going to say stepping onto the podium here. I don't know if he's going to be just the podium currently. Sammy Lubke with 90 points, Thomas Furstein 84 points, and Camille Armand 75 points. That was some very, very solid snowboarding for Jonathan Penfield.
Because not having a trick in there, I think it's going to be tough for him to challenge
either of the
hot
top
seat.
2. Yeah.
Maybe though, the second place can be in threat for Thomas Furstein, because
No
the top
rotations,
part
but some
definitely
good
was
grabs.
better from Jonathan. So it's going to be super close.
There we go, third place with just, 3 points separating the two. 80.66 points for Jonathan Penfield. And there you go, the judges loving to see the rotations, and honestly, I have a tendency to agree with them on that. But a great way to start the year for Jonathan Penfield. And last but certainly not least, our 2013 men's snowboard freeride world tour champion is Ralph Backstrom.
Happy to see him here. He had a hard time to come to the Chamonix stop because of a shoulder injury, so he would have missed it out. So the cancellation or the postponement of Chamonix really paid out well for him. He's here for the first stop in Andorra, and hope that the shoulder issue is not bothering him too much anymore.
And a really fantastic surprise to show up in the hotel lobby this morning for breakfast and to see Ralph because he wasn't supposed to be here. Woo! Well, there you go,
Flashing it.
Everybody why he's a former Freestyle World Tour champion, and apparently not holding back at all after that injury, which he actually did mountain biking and not snowboarding.
So solid. If you would define stomping legs,
yeah, he's got him.
You got him, because he can stomp huge airs and it looks like a small little air. It's impressive.
And as far as riding on the Swatch Freeride World Tour goes for Ralph Backstrom, he is go big or go home. Last year, he had one podium finish, and after Haynes, he realized there was no way he could win the world title because Sammy had already won it in Haynes.
Yeah.
So he decided he'd just go film rather than go ride at the Verbier Extreme. But he's back with a vengeance on the Swatch Freeride World Tour for 2017. He wants it. He smells blood. He's like, yeah, Sammy, you're my bro.
he still didn't go full into it. Like there was an air missing at the top section.
Yeah, but
to really please the judges.
Super fast and
no, for sure, an impressive line. Just saying, like,
yeah, no,
judging criteria
from a judging standpoint, he
checked all the way.
Just the speed. No cruising at all.
Although he makes it look like cruising, but it's speed cruising.
No doubt. Well, he's stoked. He's smiling, shaking his head. So there we go.
Judges having a hard time.
Yeah, they really don't know what to do with it. But either way, your boy Thomas Furstein is on the podium. So give it to you on that one, Martin. You called it, the young Austrian rookie. So once again, a great day for the rookies. We have one more category left to come. It's women's snowboarding. We're going to see how our female snowboard rookies are going to go today. Judges really, well, there you go. See, they're scratching their heads because
I believe they're not sure if they put him
in front of Jonathan or not.
Yeah, that's my guess.
And scores are dropping in now. Here they are. And Ralph.
It's going to be a third place on the podium.
82 points. So there we go. 2 world champs and a rookie on our podium here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra.
He was in third. Who was in second?
No doubt.
Okay, great. Thomas. Sorry.
Party tonight, unless they tell us that we're going to run another contest tomorrow. Here's the result list for men's snowboarding. Sammy Lubke, our reigning world champ, taking the win, followed up by the Austrian rookie Thomas Furstein and 2013 Freeride World Tour men's snowboard champ Ralph Backstrom. Rounding out the podium, Jonathan Penfield, last year's world number 2, just off the podium in 4th, and Camille Armand, last year's world number 5, in 5th place. Congratulations to the rest of the boys. You put on a fantastic show. Davey Baird, there you go, the Alaskan rookie in 6th. Check him out on GoFundMe. Give that boy some travel funds. And fantastic riding from everybody.
Some rock and roll.
Way to go, boys. Sammy Wolfpack in the house. Love it. Lubke, Furstein, and Backstrom, your men's snowboard podium. And then there was one category to come. The women's snowboarders.
Really looking forward to some battles in the future contests of those 3 and more.
No doubt. And how, here we go, women's snowboard to come, and then we're going to go straight back to the weather. And Floor Marxer is one of the 2 favorites this year. 2016, a tough year for the Swatch Freeride World Tour family because we lost 2 very key members of our family. Estelle Ballet, our reigning last year's Verbier champion and Freeride World Tour Women's Snowboard champion, and Mathilde Rappaport in skiing. So these 2 ladies, Anne Fleur Marxer and last year's world number 3, Marion Erty, world number 2, world number 3, are obviously the favorites for Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. And to Estelle and Mathilde up there watching us, ladies, we love you, and rest in peace, or rip in peace.
Exactly.
Upstairs.
And all those
Here's
riders.
our field. Michaela Holsten out of Finland, back on tour for another year. Audrey Hébert, one of our Canadian rookies. Nicola Tost won the Verbier Extreme in her first appearance ever as a Freeride World Tour wild card, so one to watch coming back from injury. Manuela Mandel, Austrian rookie. Marion Erty, last year's world number 3. Shannon Yates, Anne Fleur Marxer, and Elodie Mouton, 3 returning world champions. So one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen in women's snowboarding on the Swatch Freeride World Tour. It is going to be an exciting year and an exciting last category of the day. The sky is still blue. The snow is still pretty perfect. And Michaela Holsten out of Finland is in the start gate and ready to get things underway here for our lady snowboarders. So once again, Michaela Holsten out of Finland in the start gates. Her home mountain is Meritejoski. She's out of Lansi, Suomen, Lani, Finland. My Finnish is not that fantastic, so for family and friends of Michaela watching from back in Finland, excuse me. 28 years young and finished 5th in the world last year. This is her 2nd year on tour. She qualified first atop the Europe Oceania rankings in 2015, and here she is into the powder-filled face of Smoothie's Garden.
Of course, not as much powder left as we've had in the first lines we've seen today because of a lot of slough and a lot of snow coming down. But still, there is some good snow to find. Also still with sunlit filled areas. That's crucial that we have still good conditions for all categories, which is the case. Great landing there, creative approach, not holding back from Michaela.
And she did finish on the podium here in Vallnord-Arcalís last season, 3rd place. So she definitely enjoys her riding here in the Pyrenees. And so far throwing down a fairly solid run.
Here's a nice display that you still can find some beautiful snow to ride. And she's all the way down to the finish line already. It will be definitely a score that is kind of
mid-range
calibration for the judges. We haven't seen any bigger errors in there. Everything's solid though, no mistakes. Definitely going to be a solid score for Michaela on her first Freeride World Tour stop this season, 2017. Here the replay in that really gnarly and steep part in the top section.
Still getting some air on her board there, and
yep.
yeah, well controlled the ride out.
And then all the way down, she found those small little features. We're looking for the good snow, which she found. Definitely a solid mid-range score.
70 points. Even a little bit better than mid-range. It's her first ride of the day and of this year's Swatch Freeride World Tour out of Dachstein, Austria. That's her home mountain.
Although originally growing up in our biggest city, when I say our, I'm from Austria.
Born in Vienna.
Austria too. This is the complete other side of where I live, in Vienna. And it's not where you usually start snowboarding. And unfortunately, she got hooked on that, approaching that rock that she wanted to jump. But unfortunately, it got sent her a little bit unintentionally. She recovered safely, so no harm except of her ego. But it's only the first of 3 stops where you can build up your score to make the cut. I hope she's not too confused, so she can continue with her plan A, going down to that. She's already in the middle section of her run. Of course, it's quite impossible to end up really, let's say, on the podium or even win it if you have such a bail at the beginning of your run.
But showing us right there that she is capable of putting together some big jumps and staying on her feet. So she will be a threat as the season goes on. I should mention as well, as she comes into another section with some little features in here, she actually tied for first on the overall rankings with Audrey Hébert. So the 2 rookies on tour actually tied for first place on the Freeride qualifier overall ranking. So both of these ladies serious threats to the established hierarchy in the women's snowboard category.
Coming into the finish corral, of course not super happy with her run, I'm sure, but still one experience richer. The first Freeride World Tour run in her bags.
Finally stepping up to the big leagues. She's been competing on the Freeride World Qualifier since 2012 and is now battling it out for the world title.
Here we see where things got wrong. Approaching that rock, boom, her nose got caught in that crusty snow, but really impressive how she got her stuff together again in that really steep section. Super impressive, Manuela. Then, of course, a little bit out of her concept, I would say. Then got her stuff together and showed some really nice riding at the bottom with a beautiful air, stomping it cleanly, showing what we can expect in the future from Mademoiselle Mandl.
It's good. She's gotten her nerves out, and the next event could be a rerun of a restage of Chamonix Mont Blanc here, or we could be off to her home country where she'll really want to perform in Fieberbrunn. So 4th position there for Manuela Mandl, and already off and riding is last year's world number 3, Marion Herty.
As you mentioned before, we can expect a lot from this young lady. She already proved it last year. I think she came second place.
That's right, podium finish here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra. 3rd place in the world.
Also coming from a freestyle background, is that correct?
Border cross, actually.
Border cross.
Started everything, really. She's an all-rounder. Competed in pipe, slopestyle, border cross, all that from age 15. Started snowboarding at age 13, so she's been doing it for 12 years now. And came on tour as a wild card last year after winning the 3 stages of the Verbier Freeride World Qualifier 4-star event, and came on replacing Nicolas Tost.
All right.
And stepped it up in a rookie year and took 3rd place behind Estelle and Anne-Fleur Marxer.
I remember well her run in Chamonix when she went through that really tight spot, showing absolute control in a super steep technical area. Very impressive.
Yeah, she really proved herself. She finished on the podium at every single event except for the Verbier Extreme. Her home mountain is Chamrousse in France, residing in Grenoble, at the foot of the Alps. Got her first snowboard as a Christmas present at age 10.
And that what things.
And that's where it all started. That's where it all began for Marion Herty.
Kicked off with a present. Marion Herty.
And they call her Azerty. That's her nickname because Herty sounds like Azerty, which is the French keyboard. The French keyboard for the computers.
All right, okay.
Instead of QWERTY, which is the well, the American or North American keyboard, she's Azerty.
Here we have. She had. That's why the fluidity level is a little bit down because of this hesitation just before her drop in that steep section. Was waited a little bit long, also for her standards, I must say. We have seen some kind of more commitment from her side in previous events. There in the middle section, she found some nice snow, mixed it up with a few drops, not too big though. That's why her score is in that mid-range, ending up in 4th place currently.
51 points with 3 ladies yet to come, and here they are, our 3 former world champs. First up, or next up, Shannon Yates.
Nicolas Tost still in the hot seat, but definitely her eyes are up to the top where we have those 3 ladies, all of them former Freeride World Champions, battling for that hot seat.
Indeed, this is our Freeride World Tour Women's Snowboard Champ from 2014, and I love her quote, "It's not the mountain we conquer, but ourselves," from Sir Edmund Hillary. That's what Shannon Yates, her motto to live by.
Very wise and true words. She's also very experienced in the mountains, has been on tour for quite a few years, ending up also as Freeride World Champion, as we mentioned. There she got a little bit of wouldn't say stuck, but her fluidity is a little bit down here in the steep part without hitting too many rocks or jumping them. You don't want to hit them.
No, definitely not. And she hasn't hit any rocks all season because her two home resorts are Solitude and Snowboard in Salt Lake City, Snowbird in Salt Lake City, Utah. And she's been riding pretty much waist to chest deep powder all season long. It's been so good that after the Chamonix event was canceled, she flew home just to go hang out with her dog and to shred some champagne powder back in Utah before flying back out here to compete to hold the line here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra.
Well, so she must have spent 1 or maximum 2 days at home then.
Pretty much. Well, actually a few more days at home because we had the Freeride Junior World Championships between the two events. So
yeah,
she got about a week back
You're
at
right,
home.
good. We had a week in between.
There we go. So Shannon Yates, our 2014 Women's World Snowboard Champion, finished up second in the world in 2015. Had a bit of a break in 2016 and is back amongst it here for the 10th anniversary of the Swatch Freeride World Tour. Kind of a little look on her face like, yeah, I could have done better, but it's nice to put the jersey back on.
Here we saw like those judging criterias, a little bit of a setback in the fluidity.
Shannon Yates, 60.66.
Saw her in the steep part, not pulling off what she used to be doing, fluid riding. That was missed in the steep upper part. That's why her score is not all the way up there.
We'll just get a feeling for it as Nicola Tost, still our current leader, looking for her second ever win on the Swatch Freeride World Tour here in Vallnord-Arcalís.
2 more riders to come.
Yes, indeed. Next up, Anne-Fleur Marxer, the Swiss-French dual national. She's a hardcore snowboarder, provocative and passionate. And crash and try harder. These are some of her mottos, as well as love, spontaneity, and happiness. And I think that really sums it all up for Anne-Fleur. Our 2011 Freeride World Tour champ. Finished second next year, so definitely the favorite, I would have to say, to take the win this year. But once again, a very stacked field in women's snowboarding. Probably the most competitive field ever in the 10 years of the Swatch Freeride World Tour.
Definitely riding for Estelle in her heart right now.
Yes.
One of her best friends on tour.
Estelle Ballet will be whispering in her ear all the way down the face here. She has 2 wins. Oh, she's got more than that. Two wins
last season.
2 wins last season and 2 wins in 2011, and she is dedicating this entire season to Estelle. And what a way to start there for Anne-Fleur.
That's what you want to see. Find some good snow. Hopefully that was not too much of a bubble there. Trying to find the right direction for another great cliff. So far, the best top section we've seen so far. Let's see. That's a really tricky part to find the right spots. She comes a little bit further back into the center, where it's not as tight. The trees are a little more open.
As she did in Chamonix last year, going big from the start.
Although not as fast, there she was just flashing
Chamonix
that
was
run.
crazy, that run. Enjoying the pow here, getting in a few turns in amongst the tracks from earlier riders. Showing her pure snowboard style. There we go, and Anne-Fleur started skiing before she could even walk and has been free riding since age 14, so for 20 years. And here she is down to the bottom, giving a little high five to some of the local fans. I don't think the judges will knock her down. She's really just down at the bottom of the course and had to slow things up
Yep.
so she didn't run over some of the kids. So I don't think that lack of fluidity down the bottom will count against her. And floor marks are a fairly fantastic way to start the tour for Anne Floor.
What an impressive start up there. Great cliff. Here, I'm curious what happens after that one. Great entry. And here she's about to go to that next. But there was a splash of snow in the air. I was not sure if it was a little bubble or not. Probably. Another air. Continuing that one. And from that on, it was a little calmer. She found the good snow, nice sprays, cruising down, sending lots of love home and into the sky.
No doubt. And taking the top spot off of Nicola Tost for a few points. 78 points for Anne Floor marks her 75 for Nicola Tost. And Michaela Holsten from Finland rounding out the top three currently with one more women's snowboarder left to come. Elodie Mouton.
Taking over the hot seat.
Two great champions of our sport there. Anne Floor Marxer and Nicola Tost, both starting off their careers as competitive freestylers and stepping it up and becoming two of the stars of the Swatch Freeride World Tour. Elodie Mouton.
Last rider in the gate today, and last rider to have the chance to kick off our recent hot seat holder, Anne Floor Marxer from Switzerland.
There we go. Our Freeride World Tour Women's Snowboard Champ in 2013. In her rookie season, she won the title. She is also a lawyer as well as a law professor. So talk about, some of these ladies don't have lots of sponsors. Many of the riders don't have lots of sponsors, but they all have some outstanding secondary jobs in the professional world. Shannon Yates is a professional nurse as well. And Elodie Mouton on course. Also was almost an Olympic athlete in track and field. She still holds a French record in the steeplechase.
Really?
I kid you not. She is a true athlete. Fantastic career as a border cross rider. And then first year in on the Freeride World Tour in 2013, won the world title. So,
and you see she's super strong on the board. Had to wash out a little bit to get that extra feature here in the steep. She didn't want to just flash it all the way down. She wanted to get that extra thing in that steep section. She knows the judges love to see that. Ooh, she had to clear.
Going for it. She sent it.
She sent it. Had to clear that little rock in the middle and probably sent her back a little back seat. So not too many points gained in this segment.
No, unfortunately not. Didn't do too well here in Vallnord-Arcalís last year either. She finished up 7th. But to be noted, she is a 2-time Verbier Extreme champion. So Elodie definitely knows a thing or two about winning Freeride World Tour snowboard contests. And very, very fast from top to bottom. Obviously, speed is not one of the criteria. But just showing a bit of the talent from some of her. Oh, is she going to jump here? From her border cross background. It's going to be a very flat landing if she does. Whoa, no.
Nope.
No. Well.
Too flat.
Yeah, a bit too flat to even try that. Well, that's an unfortunate way to finish her run.
Not so sure if they really punish her on that one.
No, I don't think so either, because it's hard to judge the bottom of the course. Yes, she is a lawyer with a PhD in international law and is a professor at the University of Grenoble.
All right.
So that's her real job. This is just what she does for fun.
Fun. I wonder if her pupils, or what do you say, students, are watching. All right, so it's pretty obvious that we won't see a lead change here.
No, definitely not. I think we can safely...
Too many issues in that run here.
Even to move up onto the podium, probably. Although, before we second guess the judges, we'll let them drop the score in.
Here as well, we will know the venue 2
that's one of the things that Elodie had to say last year is really the only snowboarding that she did during the season was at the contests because she's working the rest of the time. And I suspect that that's pretty much the same situation here this year. So 55 points in 6th place to start it off for Elodie Mouton. But that doesn't mean she started the year slowly last year and still managed to win the event in Fieberbrunn and take second at the Verbier Extreme. So expect bigger and better things from Elodie Mouton to come as the 10th edition of the Swatch Freeride World Tour continues, either here with a Chamonix Mont Blanc restaged in Vallnord-Arcalís, or at our next country on tour and next town on tour in Fieberbrunn, Austria. So our official snowboard results for the ladies should be coming up on screen now. Well, we know what they are, but we're going to wait for the graphic. Now there they are, ladies. Congratulations. Anne Fleur Marxer, Nicola Toast, and Michaela Holsten. Especially Michaela, she's going to be super stoked with that result. Anne Fleur very familiar with podium finishes and first place finishes. Nicola a little bit less so. But Michaela Holsten, we don't often see her on the podium. So she
Congratulations,
is going to be very proud of herself with a 3rd place finish. And congratulations, girls, to all of you. And once again, as we have been mentioning throughout the day here, we will keep you updated on the Swatch Freeride World Tour social media sites as to the possibility of running Chamonix Mont Blanc restaged here in Vallnord-Arcalís, Andorra. So stay glued to freerideworldtour.com or any of our social media accounts. And as far as this event here in Vallnord-Arcalís, the riders did well to hold the line.
Yes.
They put on a great performance here today.
Amazing.
Bluebird, powder, and fantastic skiing and snowboarding. Doesn't get any better than this.
I'm so much looking forward to the highlight reel, the best of.
Which will be online soon.
Yes.
We'll bet you. So once again, from myself, Dave Mailman.
Coming to the sun.
And there we go. Step into the sun. And my good buddy here, Martin Winkler. Thanks for tuning in, and we will be back soon with more action from the 10th year of the Swatch Freeride World Tour sometime very, very soon from either here at Vallnord-Arcalís or from our next stop on tour, Fieberbrunn in Austria. Thanks
Saludos.
for tuning in. Check you soon. Adios. Muchas gracias. Adieu.
Ciao.
As they say here.
Yes.